All right, good afternoon. Welcome to the House Environment and Transportation Committee for March 4th, 2025. We will start with House Bill 1370, Delegate Spiegel, Transportation Regional Transportation Authorities. Take it away, Delegate.
Thank you and good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. House Bill 1370 is a reintroduction of a bill you heard last year that would establish a new model to help select, fund, and construct regional transportation projects in light of our ongoing challenges and shortfalls to the state's Transportation Trust Fund. This model is admittedly a big, bold change, but it borrows several elements of the successful Northern Virginia Transportation Authority. While last year's bill proposed only an initial framework and governance model for these regional transportation authorities in Maryland, this year's bill is much more developed as an attempt to fill in the details, if you will, with a robust funding mechanism and a spending formula that allocates 70% of revenues to regional priorities and the other 30% to individual jurisdictions for local transportation needs within each authority's boundaries. It also gives the authorities bonding capacity so they can leverage the funding stream to advance important major projects. The proposed funding source is a mix of small surcharges on sales tax, hotel tax, and transfer tax in each region. Again, modeled on the Northern Virginia Transportation Authority. I'm not particularly wedded to any one funding formula, but since Northern Virginia has already spent many years vetting options and shepherding its model through the political process, we thought it made sense to follow that approach since it offers such a strong proof of concept. After feedback during last year's committee hearing, this year's bill tweaks the defined boundaries of the three proposed regional authorities in the DC metro area, the Baltimore region, and the Southern Maryland region. But it still ensures broad and varied representation on the authority boards, including state, county, and municipal representatives in each region, which promotes regional choice and allows authorities to address unique needs in the different regions while remaining accountable. On inter-regional and statewide projects, the legislation still provides for collaboration with other regions and with MDOT. A sponsor amendment also requires authorities to invest a minimum of 30% of their regional spending on non-car mode projects to ensure investments in transit while still leaving flexibility. The bill also has language making clear that funds generated for these authorities are meant to supplement and not supplant existing funding from the state. And another forthcoming sponsor amendment will help ensure that the prioritization of regional projects is based on an objective set of scoring criteria, just like Northern Virginia does. A number of the written testimonies that are favorable with amendment or are in opposition to this bill have praised the general concept of regional authorities and the effort to put such a model before the General Assembly for debate, but they've expressed concern about some specific details of the bill. I want to make clear I'm happy to cooperate on amendments to those details. But we already have organizations that do planning, and we already have done several studies and reviews on this matter. We don't need more of those. If we want to actually start making much needed long-term investments in transportation and unlock our potential for jobs and housing, both of which are desperately needed right now, and just for our overall quality of life in the state, we need to be serious about getting started on long-term sustainable solutions that actually fund and construct transportation infrastructure. Now is the time to move forward with innovative, proven solutions like this one, and so I respectfully request a favorable report. Thank you.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, my name is Jason Stanford. I'm president of the Northern Virginia Transportation Alliance. The Alliance is a partnership of more than 20 regional business and community organizations from across the DC region that support transportation improvements that improve our quality of life, as well as economic prosperity for everyone in the DC region. And we really support a multimodal approach to transportation. I'm here today to tell you about some of the success that we've had in Northern Virginia, especially from our Northern Virginia Transportation Authority. Now, when it comes to Virginia, the DC region, Northern Virginia, is about 30% of the population of Virginia. It's about 40% of the jobs, and it's about 50% of the revenue that comes to the state. And part of the reason that we created a regional transportation authority is because we know that 50% of the money that the state generates for transportation is never coming back all to Northern Virginia. That ultimately, as a Commonwealth, we had to, distribute the state resources across the state, and that was the fair and the right thing to do. But by creating a regional transportation authority, we saw as one of the best ways of keeping our transportation dollars here within the region in which we plan to spend them and to make those improvements. And so that's why that money has been so impactful and meaningful to our region. As Delegate Spiegel laid out, 70% of the revenue goes to regionally significant projects. The other 30% is at the local discretion of what the locality can spend. We are able to leverage that money. And to go back to the point that I just made about the state versus the regional expenditures, we have a system in Virginia called Smart Scale where we fund transportation project improvements. In this most recent round of Smart Scale, Northern Virginia got around $97 million over the course of 2 years. The regional authority spends about $260 million per year. So, 10 times the magnitude of what we get from the state. And so that's why these types of projects, we have to be able to fund them. Also, it's about 100.
Mr. Stanford, we appreciate your testimony. Thank you. Let's go on to the next panelist.
Good afternoon, Chairman Corman, Vice Chairman Boyce, and distinguished members of the committee. For the record, my name is Michael Sakata. I'm the privileged to serve as the president of the Maryland Transportation Builders and Materials Association, and on behalf of our 240 member firms and 100,000 men and women they employ, I am here in strong support of HB 1370. This committee fully understands Maryland's transportation funding crisis, its impact on public safety, economic competitiveness, and our state's reputation. Rising construction costs and an unstable revenue system have only made long-term transportation planning more uncertain. The events of last fall, when MDOT deferred critical projects only to tentatively restore them with new revenue sources still waiting legislative approval, highlight the volatility of our current model. We need a better way forward, one that provides stability, accountability, and regional control. Regional transportation authorities offer that solution. Locally governed structures tailored to fit regional needs, dedicated funding sources to ensure long-term investment, authority to plan, acquire property, incur debt for critical projects. The needs of St. Mary's counties are vastly different from those of Baltimore City or Montgomery County. Yet our funding model treats them the same. Virginia, as Jason mentioned, adopted Northern Virginia back in 2002, 23 years ago. Even as recently as January 2024, the Baltimore Metropolitan Council recommended establishing an RTA to improve governance, funding, and service delivery for the Baltimore region. The report emphasized that RTA would enhance local decision-making, ensuring accountability and provide sustainable funding for better transit, urging policymakers to act on this recommendation to strengthen our transportation system. That is this time for Maryland to modernize, as we've done on so many fronts over the course of time, to connect products to market, commuters to jobs, and families to one another through a system that works for every region. In this spirit, I respectfully urge a favorable report, and thank you for consideration.
Good afternoon, Chairman Corman, Vice Chairman Boyce, and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Michael Higgins, and I'm the General Manager of Concrete General. Concrete General has been building Maryland's roads, bridges, and infrastructure since 1972, and I've been proud to be part of that for the past 10 years. Over the years, I've seen how unpredictable the transportation funding creates real challenges, not just for businesses like ours, but for the workers that make up our businesses and who depend on these projects in order to support their families. Before joining Concrete General, I was fortunate enough to be a recipient of one of the NVTA Regional Transportation Authority funding projects. That experience opened my eyes to the benefits as a stable, dedicated funding source, one that allows projects to move forward without political or economic uncertainty. At CGI, we've been part of major projects like the I-270 Congestion Relief Project, the 695 PTSU Beltway project around Baltimore, and the Maryland 210 Interchange project. These projects don't just improve mobility, they create jobs and they fuel local economies. But we've also experienced a frustrating start and stop cycle that happens when funding dries up. One year we're hiring, the next year we're letting our folks go. Other states, Virginia, Georgia, Texas, Pennsylvania, Delaware, they figured this out. They use RTAs to fund infrastructure the right way. We need to do the same here in Maryland. An RTA would give us a dedicated revenue stream for long-term planning. It would ensure local control for each region. They get what they need. And it would be a sustainable system that keeps projects moving forward. No feast, no famine, just nice, steady, even keel. For the sake of our businesses, our workforce, and our state's economic future, I strongly support House Bill 1370 and urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Is that it for your panel, Delegate?
I believe we might have a couple more witnesses in support, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, are they on your panel?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have Tim Smith is here? So make some room for him.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair Boyce, and members of the committee. My name is Tim Smith. I'm the president of the Maryland Asphalt Association. We represent about 120 companies in the asphalt producing and asphalt company world, and a workforce of about 7,000. I'm here today to urge the committee to support House Bill 1370, which establishes the regional transportation authorities. Transportation funding in Maryland is kind of at a tipping point. The state's desire to expand our transportation options has outpaced our financial ability to support as well as expand, as well as support our existing infrastructure. State dollars for our roadways have been dramatically cut, forcing team choices that lead to deteriorating pavement conditions, increased maintenance costs, and declining infrastructure. House Bill 370 is a smarter, more localized approach to funding and decision-making. It's really an additive approach to make the funding pie larger rather than dividing up a shrinking one differently. Instead of solely relying on outstretched statewide system, regional transportation authorities have the ability to prioritize and invest transportation projects based on local needs. That includes roadways as well as modes that fit the community. This means more stable, dedicated funding for transportation projects. We must keep these options at the top of our toolbox in our financial options. By supporting House Bill 1370, we're advocating for a sustainable solution that benefits everyone who relies on safe, high-quality transportation and roads in Maryland. Strong investments in transportation mean brighter future for all of us. I thank you for your allowing me the opportunity to speak today.
Great, thank you. We'll do the virtual after we do questions. Delegate Spiegel, I just want to note we're joined by some colleagues from the Appropriations Committee because this is a jointly referred bill. We'll start with Delegate Foley with a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Delegate, for bringing this bill. So my question is about 3 informational letters that were in the testimony. 2 of them were from the Transit Union. And so my question there is, and they basically say the same thing. My question there is, are you willing to amend the bill to recognize the collective bargaining rights of the workers who are already employed in the jurisdictions? That's number 1. And I think their second question was, is this an operational authority or just a fiscal authority? And then MACO also had an informational letter, and they were asking about the input and the input from local governments and county governments, and including county governments in the decision-making process. And I just wondered if you could respond to those concerns.
Thank you for the questions, Delegate. To the first question, that's easy. Yes, I am absolutely amenable to that amendment. In terms of making sure there's local government input, you'll see in the structure of the governance of the boards of these regional authorities, we made sure to include representatives from local government to have dedicated seats on those boards. So that's one way that we make sure that local government has a voice in the regional authority decision-making. I think conceptually, the idea of these boards is to fund and oversee the construction of projects. So it's not just funding, it is ranking and deciding at some high level to supervise or manage projects. But I would, if you don't mind, like to defer to Jason to talk a little bit about how that works in Northern Virginia, because I think that's, again, the model we're looking at in terms of how they balance funding and operational oversight for these projects.
Absolutely, and I think Delegate Spiegel just said it very well, which is that they do oversee the construction program, and there is what they call transaction, which is the long-range transportation plan for the region. It is not fiscally constrained in Northern Virginia like an MPO plan. So it includes all different types of projects that could be funded. Those are projects that are submitted by the local governments. So the local governments submit the projects for funding. They submit the projects that are going to be included in the long-range plan. So they are hand in hand working with the authority staff and members, to decide what the projects are, what gets submitted, and ultimately, what gets funded. So there's definitely a strong local tie and component there.
Follow up? Yeah, so, but operationally, who are they going to operate? Is it like WMATA? Are they going to be operating the transportation systems, or is it just a vehicle for financing and I understand overseeing construction?
Yes, ma'am. It's just in Northern Virginia, there's just funding, construction, and planning. That is it. It's not.
And then they're
transit
operated
operating.
by the different entities? Yeah.
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Delegate Healy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I'm interested in this, but I have concerns. Maryland is a much smaller state than Virginia, and I represent Prince George's County, in the northern part of Prince George's County. I could go to Annapolis, I could go to Baltimore, I could go to Rockville, and Prince George's would be put in with Montgomery and leave out my options of being connected with transportation to the other parts of the state. They're not that far away. And so I'm concerned that we're creating silos where we want to have one state. Can you address that, Delegate?
Yes, thank you for that question, Delegate. This is not meant to supplant what we already do. I understand the concern. There is language in the bill that directs these regional authorities to work in tandem with state agencies and other regional authorities on interregional projects as well. And to the extent that there are other projects, in the CTP or that MDOT is pursuing, in addition to some regional priority in a particular regional authority, there's no reason that they have to pick one over the other. The other thing I would mention is that last year we had a discussion here in the committee about Howard County. It was a good example of the challenge that you're talking about. Where does it go? Does it get placed in the Baltimore region? Does it get placed in the DC capital region? Should it not be in one of these authorities? I remain very flexible in terms of how, obviously, this bill belongs to the committee now, but how the committee and the General Assembly might want to define these authorities in terms of their footprint, if they think a certain county should go into one section or other section of a regional authority. But I take your point. And the point here is we don't want to create silos, but we do want to create a funding mechanism that allows large regional priorities to move forward while still giving flexibility for other projects either at the state or local level. One of the nice aspects of this bill, which again copies Northern Virginia's Transportation Authority, is 30% of the revenue generated goes directly to the local government for its own transportation projects. So in other words, Prince George's County would get 30% of the revenue generated by the different surcharges that cover the footprint of that county, with the exception of municipalities within the county.
Okay, we have 27 municipalities, just so you know.
I understand. Some of them are kind of small, but yes, I understand. Small but mighty. Former MML president speaking. But that direct funding, that 30% that the county would get to keep, then it would be able to spend on transportation however it likes. So that's another piece of this that gives Prince George's County, in your example, the flexibility to invest in other transportation infrastructure aside from what the regional authority might be doing.
Thank you very much.
Can I add to that, Delegate Spiegel? As well as Delegate Spiegel just mentioned on that 30%, in Northern Virginia, that funding can and is used for transit operations. So many localities pay their metro bills out of some of that additional money. It's also going to that regional point. In Northern Virginia, we have what's called Virginia Railway Express, VRE. Some of the jurisdictions that cover VRE are in the authority, some are not, but we still see transportation projects, stations, other improvements, Long Bridge, things like that that are partially being funded to make those improvements and also being used to leverage additional federal dollars as well. So, Silver Line, Innovation Station, Potomac Yards, Metroway, all of these are cross-jurisdictional transit pieces that are being funded partially through the Northern Virginia Transportation Authority that can then also coordinate very closely at the state level to leverage state dollars, leverage federal dollars, local dollars. But this really is being used as a kind of a multiplier to get these types of larger projects up and running. But again, going back to that state control. So just because you hit that boundary, yes, maybe that project doesn't get funded, but you can overlap with other dollars that come from other sources, whether it's federal or state, that could impact something that goes across that boundary as well.
In Northern Virginia, you all individually, as part of Northern Virginia, pay for the Virginia share of Metro, of WMATA, whereas the state of Maryland supports WMATA. And it's not a regional thing. It's a state support, just as state supports MTA in Baltimore region. And so I'm concerned that we don't want to splinter the state. That's my very serious concern.
Absolutely, Delegate. And you're absolutely right to point out that difference and distinction. I think the point in bringing it was just to mention that a local transit option, not necessarily WMATA, but a local bus line or something like that, even if it crosses that jurisdictional boundary, could still be funded through an authority like this.
Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Delegate Spiegel. I remember last year when you brought the bill and we had a discussion then, and I appreciate your really taking a deep dive into looking at, how to implement this. I wondered if you had seen the letters from the Baltimore Regional Transit Commission and also Central Maryland Transit Alliance. And, as I'm sure you know, there's been work over a number of years on governance and funding in the Baltimore region, and including the Baltimore Regional Transit Commission recently commissioned a study which they linked to. And then before that, there was the Transit Funding and Governance Work Group. And so I wondered if you would like to address, and I appreciate that you've, really put a lot of work into this, but whether it would make more sense to look at work that's been done in the Baltimore region already as opposed to imposing governance, funding, and structure from Virginia.
Thank you for the question, and I think we did have a great conversation in the committee last year on this bill. I do recall a delegate, you recommending that we talk to the Baltimore Transit Equity Coalition, which we did, and we had some great productive conversations with them over the interim. And that's why we have this sponsor amendment, which hopefully you all have, which says that a certain minimum amount of the money in the regional pot that is generated by these surcharges must be spent on transit, because we wanted to make sure for those who are concerned that this would just be a money grab for road projects, that there is a guaranteed portion for transit, and for those who are concerned that this would just be a money grab for transit projects, that there is flexibility for the regions as well. But to your point, I think what's interesting about the recent report, it does talk quite a bit about the value of regional transportation authorities. The devil's in the details, as with anything else. And again, I remain fully open to any other tweaks or significant changes to the model to make it work. But the idea here is that the use of a regional transportation authority in concept is what's going to give us the leverage to generate the revenue needed, the bonding capacity needed, the governance needed to move large transportation projects forward that have been stalled because of our current TTF model. And so I am fully open to that. And I do think it's kind of telling that the reports, the big report that was issued fairly recently, really seems to laud the value of a regional transportation authority. I will say, with all due respect to the studies and the planning organizations that exist that do tremendous work and have brought excellent expertise to the table, there is a difference, and I think I said this last year, between a planning organization and one that actually funds and implements projects. And so my focus is on taking that knowledge and expertise and translating it into the actual funding and implementing and constructing of projects, however that is done. So I hope that answers your question. One of the big concerns, again, that we saw from the written testimony of some of those organizations was making sure that there is investment in transit, and I think that the sponsor amendment addresses that.
Sure, and I really appreciate that. And yeah, I'm glad to hear that you're open to looking at these other models, but at the same time, you also seem to discount them because you said, I can't remember exactly what you said, there's a difference between planning organizations and, I don't remember, I don't want to quote you wrong, but I just want to make sure that, there are some real people who have a lot of expertise, who are from the Baltimore region, who have been working on this issue for years, and I want to make sure that the work that they have done is considered in, if we were to move forward with something like this.
Absolutely, and I'm sorry if I was misunderstood. I did not mean to discount their work at all. I'm just pointing out the distinction between some organizations that exist to do planning and some organizations that exist to do funding and construction, that's all.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I do have a question. First, Mr. Stanford, great to see you here, or Stafford, I should say. You actually sent an email to me while you were here about a Critical Virginia update that your organization is running. So it's nice to see you in person and not just in my inbox. I want to follow up on your exchange with Delegate Healy. Really a question for the sponsor, though. Northern Virginia does it very differently when it comes to VRE and WMATA. So you're not suggesting that any existing state commitment to WMATA or the MARC rail system be shifted to these RTAs, correct, Delegate?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Any additional questions? Okay, thank you. We'll turn to your virtual favorable witnesses. We'll start with Councilmember Valeri from the great city of Rockville.
There we go. Good afternoon, Chair Corman and committee members. I am Rockville City Council Member Marissa Valeri. Thank you for this opportunity to testify in support of HB 1370. We are very grateful for Delegate Spiegel's sponsorship of this important bill. And thank you for allowing me to testify before a chair and a vice chair that grew up in Rockville. Clearly, Rockville produces some very smart folks. The Rockville Mayor and Council unanimously support HB 1370 and support the establishment of regional transportation authorities in the Baltimore, D.C. Metro and Southern Maryland regions. HB 1370 takes an innovative approach to addressing the ongoing lack of state funding for major transportation projects. We support the revenue sharing arrangement under this bill. This additional revenue would provide municipalities like mine the opportunity to make greater investments in transportation infrastructure projects. We cannot make Rockville safer for everyone who walks, rolls, or drives here unless we adopt the successful model that Northern Virginia uses, especially when federal funding is tenuous as it is right now. HB 1370 offers a creative solution to solving the state's transportation funding issues by taking a regional approach to transportation, generating critically needed revenues, and encouraging multi-jurisdictional collaboration. This bill has the potential to dramatically improve the quality of infrastructure in our community and stimulate economic growth throughout Maryland. For these reasons, we urge the committee to provide HB 1370 with a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent testimony, especially that first part. We have another virtual favorable witness, Neil Harris from the city of Gaithersburg. Councilmember, please go ahead.
I'm good, thank you. Thanks, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and thank you to the members of both committees for the opportunity to testify today. I'm Neil Harris of the Gaithersburg City Council, and I'm also the city's representative on the DC Region's Transportation Planning Board, the TPB, where I serve currently as Vice Chair. The City of Gaithersburg enthusiastically supports this bill. In my tenure on the TPB, it became clear that we need to find a way here in Maryland to expand our transportation infrastructure. It's also clear that this has to start with funding. I don't have to tell you how pricey this type of infrastructure is. I think I might just have done that, but it's more than an expense, it's an investment in mobility that also enables housing and economic development. In recent years, I've seen Northern Virginia planning and implementing dozens of new transportation projects. Over the past 10 years, they've invested over $4 billion to increase regional mobility. They're funding new rail and bus lines, highway and local roads, bicycle and pedestrian projects. This all happens because they created a regional authority to fund and build regional and local projects to add new capacity to keep their people moving. This bill is built on the best practices from that model and makes them available to regions in Maryland. It provides funding formulas and governance structure. This model is popular with Virginia voters and the business community, which I'm sure you appreciate may be unique among government funding programs. It's popular because it's clear to everyone that it provides desperately needed increased capacity to make it easier to navigate our region to access jobs, childcare, and shopping, and more. As I said, Gaithersburg enthusiastically supports this bill. We hope you see the wisdom that this practical and proven solution will bring to us here in Maryland. Thanks to Ryan for championing this, and thanks to the committee for your consideration. We respectfully request a favorable report for this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no questions, we do have in-person favorable amendment testimony from Bill George from the Maryland Municipal League. If he's here. Going once, going twice. Okay, we're going to move on to unfavorable in-person testimony. Bob Enton from the Maryland Building Industry Association, Mark Feinroth, Amy Rohr from the Maryland Hotel Lodging Association, Elizabeth Dellens from Crestline Hotels, and Casey Aiken, Maryland Land Title Association. You might have to do a little seat rotation there for everyone to fit. And Bob, please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Robert Enton on behalf of the Maryland Building Industry Association. We are signed up in opposition. I had a very good conversation with the sponsor about the bill yesterday, but we are opposed. Basically, it's just, timing's everything. And this is just a year in which, the state's looking to raise, $3.5 billion, $4 billion by cutting, but also by significantly increasing taxes. And on a day when two bills, a House bill and a Senate bill, you could read them today, they were introduced the other day, and those bills, by imposing a 2.5% tax on services, raise $1 billion per year. When you look at the fiscal note on this bill, what you'll see is if you turn to page 11, the fiscal note for this bill will raise $143.8 million in revenue. So in a year where we're all looking at increasing taxes significantly on services and on goods, and this bill increases the tax on real transfer of real property, on the sale of personal property. I just, really feel for my business client that provides services and purchases goods for its customers that, this will be a heavy tax burden. And I appreciate the thought behind it and the desire of the sponsor to address these transportation issues, but I just think this is probably not the right year to do that. So for those reasons, we are opposed. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, good afternoon, members of the committee. Mark Feinroth on behalf of the Greater Baltimore Board of Realtors and the Maryland Hotel and Lodging Association. As Mr. Enton explained, the revenue sources are the principal reason for a good number of the business community being concerned about this bill and coming in opposition. Both the Greater Baltimore Board of Realtors and the Hotels Association have very serious concerns about the commercial property, the additional taxation on those transfers and recordations in a time period when commercial real estate still has not recovered from the impacts of the pandemic. And there are significant vacancies in office spaces and malls and hotels across the state. Really a very difficult time to be adding on to the tax burden for those kinds of properties. And for the hotels, an additional 1% surcharge for their customers and clients on their transfers would be a significant additional burden in a time when we're defending the expenditures and the budget of the Department of Commerce, which is dealing with and defending against a significant cut to their budget in the tourism function. So the Maryland Hotels and Lodging Association's executive director is here to further expand on the hotel's position. But again, we're concerned, very much concerned about the sources of the funding for this Revenue Transportation Authority.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Amy Rohrer, here on behalf of the Maryland Hotel Lodging Association, in strong opposition to the 1% hotel surcharge proposed in this bill. You have our written testimony, which shows that the areas captured in this bill already contain some of the highest total taxes on hotels, not only in Maryland, but across the country. This would push National Harbor to 19% total taxes and fees on hotels, and Baltimore City to 18.5%. Our industry is highly competitive, and as the all-in price for a hotel room goes too high, we risk losing the business altogether. Our industry has made great strides in recovery, but occupancy in the regions impacted by this bill have not yet returned to 2019 levels. And if we hone in on Baltimore City, data shows that there was a 20% drop in occupied rooms in 2024 versus 2019. That means $80 million in unrealized revenue for Baltimore City hotels in 2024. And that also means that restaurants and retailers and attractions did not benefit from $187 million in residual spending by hotel guests that did not come. And the state and Baltimore City did not benefit from taxes on $267 million in that unrealized revenue. That number is even higher when you factor in all of the counties impacted by this bill. It was 765,000 fewer rooms booked in the impacted region in 2024 versus 2019. For years, Maryland has not invested in tourism marketing and promotion to the extent that other states have. And imposing additional fees on our industry and our guests would make the Baltimore, Capital, and Southern regions less competitive. We respectfully urge that you reject the 1% surcharge on hotels and instead focus on policies that will help us to increase occupancy, revenues, and our economic impact in the state. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your time to hear the position that we have excluding hotels from the language in this bill. My name is Elizabeth Dellins. I'm a VP of Operations with Crestline Hotels and Resorts, a third-party hotel management company that represents 130 hotels across the country. I have the privilege of directly supporting hotels in the Baltimore, D.C., and greater Mid-Atlantic region, and I'm a proud Prince George's County resident as well. We are imposed to the language, including hotels, in this bill. While many of us over the last years have likely read in the media the strong recovery of the hotel industry post-pandemic, this region has not experienced that same level of success, and looking ahead is projected to actually compress. So the data points that Amy has shared will likely become a bit more negative as we look ahead. For some context, Amy talked about Baltimore City. We are also challenged with the convention center and our competition in other areas of the country. Just by the age of the convention center and the other cities with which we compete, it's harder to secure this critical base business. Frederick, Montgomery County, Howard County, occupancies are still at not 2019 levels and are not projected to achieve that. The same with Charles, St. Mary's, and Prince George's counties, and we have more hotel rooms to sell. Baltimore County, demand is flat. Annapolis, we have more supply, flat demand. So the news or the projections are not tremendously positive. Likely, hotels were included to leverage the strong demand the DC region has with inbound travel. Understand that. Except 40 to 50% of the inbound travel to this region is government-related business, and that is continuing to erode as we look ahead with the current political climate. So these counties need the competitive edge we have with the taxes where they are now to compete for business, hotel business, into these areas, both with DC and the greater country. Thank you.
Great, thank you all. We have a question from Delegate Healy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. I wanted to ask if this bill, as you read it, applies the same tax to the Airbnbs and the Verbo. I mean, would that again exacerbate some kind of competitive issue with the hotels?
Certainly, if hotels are being if the tax and the fees on hotels is greater than that on the short-term rentals, that gives them a competitive edge over us. I didn't read the bill from that lens, but it may not apply to short-term rentals. That the way it's written, we could take.
I don't know. I was always asking the question. If you don't know, that's fine. We'll find out from further investigation. Thank you.
Okay, do not see any additional questions. I'll try Casey Aiken one more time, Maryland Land Title Association. Okay, we have informational in-person testimony from John Laria, Baltimore Regional Transit Commission.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, John Laria, Chair of the aforementioned Baltimore Regional Transit Commission. Very, very glad to see this bill for the reasons that I'll describe. The question of the viability of regional transit authorities and transportation authorities has been discussed now for at least several years, first at the Baltimore Metropolitan Council in a work group, and then in the charge of the statewide train commission. The BRTC decided to advance this discussion by commissioning a study of Baltimore Regional Transit. Copies were sent, I think, to you and certainly are linked. It looks basically like this. And this was completed in January and shared. This was really important to the BRTC because, and this committee knows well, the unusual nature of MTA as a mode of MDOT, not a separate entity. It has no independent budget authority, no independent operating authority, really. And frankly, neither does the BRTC have that authority. We have a role essentially to advocate for and a mild oversight role, but certainly not a budget or operating authority or fundraising authority. The study has 3 different alternatives, which I would suggest you might look at. I can't go through them today in the time allotted, but I testified recently on HB 517 as well regarding the MARC Rail Authority. We likely need a new structure, but we certainly need a serious conversation about one. And the bill's proposal for 3 regional authorities, and they're not just transit, but of course transportation authorities, is bold, and it provides for the first time a framework for reference, if not for for action. Particularly grateful that the bill puts the long overdue issue squarely on the agenda, and especially for including potential revenue mechanisms for a badly underfunded transit system. Whether these mechanisms or others are ultimately adopted, we applaud and appreciate the opportunity for a full and actionable discussion of governance and funding structures other than the current one. We welcome a comprehensive discussion, and hopefully our commission's study can contribute to that in some way. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Laria. I do not see any questions, so appreciate you being here. And that does conclude the bill hearing on House Bill 1370. We'll turn to House Bill 1457, Delegate Solomon. Alternative fuel, fuel-efficient electric vehicles, highway user fees. Feel free to bring up your panel. I know one is informational. And I'll just note that we continue to be joined by colleagues from the Appropriations Committee. I think it's Baruch Feigenbaum from the Reason Foundation, Brittany Baker from CCAN, and Patricia Hedren from the Eastern Transportation Coalition.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nice to see you all. Colleagues, for the record, Delegate Jared Solomon here to present House Bill 1457, which would create a highway use fee in the state of Maryland. And part of the reason that we put this bill forward is, we obviously know that we have a tremendous gap in the Transportation Trust Fund. You all deal with it daily. We deal with it daily in appropriations, and our communities deal with it daily. We know projects. We've kind of gone back and forth. Projects are being delayed. We know we have tremendous amounts of needs. On the transit side, we have tremendous amount of need on our roads, our bridges, our tunnels, across the state, every mode. And so, there's a number of ideas that have been put out there. There's a number of ideas in the governor's budget. There's a number of ideas and things that we worked on as a body last session. And so we want to throw something new in the mix. And really what this is meant to address is the fact that about $1.3 billion of our motor fuel revenue goes into the Transportation Trust Fund. That's actually more than about a quarter. But what we have seen is that number has steadily declined. So the Eastern Transportation Coalition's estimates with working with MDOT. MDOT is a member of the ETC, which is sort of a regional group that works on transportation ideas and transportation innovation. And you're going to hear from Trish, who runs that organization shortly. But their own estimates have the gas tax dropping by 2031 by another $300 million. If we are true to our climate goals, which we want to be, we're going to see an even bigger decrease in the use of motor fuel over the next 10, 15 years. So all that means is that the hole that we find ourselves in because of diminishing motor fuel revenue is only going to get deeper. Part of it is because of the adoption of electric vehicles and hybrid vehicles, but really the biggest impact, and in some ways we should really be celebrating this because it's much better for our planet, but the biggest impact is the fact that most of the cars, if you drive an internal combustion engine car today, it is significantly more fuel efficient than that car was 10, 15, 20 years ago. And again, that's something to be celebrated. That is cleaner air, that is healthier children, healthier citizens, so that's a really good thing. But again, the model that basically every state and the federal government has adopted is dependent on, to fund our transportation systems, is dependent on our cars not being fuel efficient and us going out and filling up our tanks on a regular basis and that additional tax going into the trust fund. So that's the premise for this bill. So what does this bill actually do? And I will say, normally we like to make obnoxious comments about our neighbors to the south in Virginia, especially those of us in Montgomery County. In this instance, we actually cribbed from Virginia. We worked really closely with some former officials in the state of Virginia who were responsible for writing this policy. And Virginia, I think, has really seen a tremendous benefit from this legislation. So what does this bill do? It creates essentially a highway use fee to try to supplement, to get us to bridge, sort of to get us to a place in the next 5, 10 years where we may replace our motor fuel tax with something else. But this is a bridge to get us to the point that we know our revenues are declining. So how do we sort of capture that additional fuel efficiency? And so it does it by essentially standardizing across the board what essentially the average person in the state of Maryland with the average car's fuel efficiency, how much they're driving, how much they're paying in motor fuel tax. So it creates sort of this baseline standard, and the way it's written in the bill is currently we have about the average fuel efficiency of a car registered in the state of Maryland is 25 miles per gallon. That is the average Marylander, and the average Marylander drives about, give or take, about 12,000 miles a year. And so that sort of becomes the baseline. So what the formula says is you take that average and you figure out essentially, again, what the average Marylander with that profile is spending on fuel, which is a simple, you drive X amount of miles, your car gets X amount of miles to the gallon, therefore you have to buy X gallons a year. Your fuel tax is, our fuel tax is 46 cents, and there's your baseline number. And so if your car is more fuel efficient than 25, you pay essentially a small increase each year when you register your car. That is discounted by 15% to sort of reflect, and again, this is what Virginia did to reflect the fact that these numbers are not exact. Not everybody is going to drive 12,000 miles a year. Some people are going to drive more, some people are going to drive less, but that's essentially what it does. It creates an equitable system of distributing the fact that we pay for our transportation system through a gas tax. And that revenue has been steadily declining because, again, people are driving significantly more fuel-efficient vehicles. The way we have this set up is this goes up to about 26,000 to 26,000 pounds, which captures, every vehicle in the state that is not an 18-wheeler truck. So essentially, it gets all of the box trucks. 26,001 pound gets you an 18-wheeler, so we stopped short there. Virginia capped theirs at 10,000 in the original legislation, but actually their audit experts and their nonpartisan team that reviews their transportation funding mechanisms regularly actually recommended that they change that was a mistake. They should have gone up to capture everybody. And again, we had a conversation in our Burfee hearing last week on the delivery fee, and Amazon happily admitted that they use EV vehicles, which obviously are heavier and do not pay a fuel tax. So this would, again, make sure that everybody is paying their fair share. This bill would replace the EV fee because essentially what this would do is, in a more equitable way, would say your EV's fuel efficiency is 0, and therefore you are paying essentially that delta. And so, even in Virginia, I went down a rabbit hole of sort of Reddit threads and tried to find as much news media and public sentiment on this. There was not a lot of outcry over that. Most EV owners were publicly willing to say, you know what, this is fair, right? I know how much everybody else is paying in a gas tax. I'm just being asked to pay my fair share, again, to use the roads that I'm on. So this would replace the EV fee and the hybrid fee that we put into the BRFA last year. And again, a hybrid would be whatever the actual miles per gallon is for the registration of their vehicle. The other thing that I want to point out is we do essentially give MDOT about 3 years to create a vehicle miles traveled program. I will defer to you all on how you want to set that up, but in Virginia, they have used that as an alternative to paying this highway-based fee. I know there's been a lot of conversation about vehicle miles traveled programs. I'm happy to get into a conversation about that. I have my own opinions. That is not the crux of this bill. That is just, I think we know, again, that's been really effective in Virginia. So we wanted to similarly model, and again, we give MDOT 3 years to do it. The fiscal note in the bill was not able to sort of fully capture the revenue. The only piece that they were able to indicate in there was based on EVs. The projections and you'll hear from Trish about the work that ETC does with MDOT, our projections had it at about $46 to $50 million a year in new revenue to just begin with. But that did not include additional heavy vehicles, so it only capped it to about 10,000 in the revenue projections that we had, so we think it's more. And obviously that grows each year because you lock in the fuel efficiency number, so each year it grows. So Virginia's original revenue was about, I think, 35, 40 million. It's been on the books now for 4 or 5 years there. They're up to about 75. So that is a steady stream of revenue. They can bond against that. And again, has been a really good supplemental for them as I think globally states and the federal government are trying to figure out, in a world of declining gas tax, how do we rejigger the system a little bit to make sure that we're accurately capturing what people are doing? The last piece that I'll mention is, I'm sure you're voraciously reading the testimony that I submitted, but if you look on the last page of the testimony, there is a little chart here that I thought was really helpful to understand sort of the inequities of the current gas tax. So these are, we picked 4 examples: a Camry, a Jeep Grand Cherokee, a Honda Accord, and a Ford F-150. They're some of the most popular cars on the road today. And we compared going back to model year 2004 to a current 2024 hybrid. And you can see that, for example, Toyota Camry, the 2024 hybrid essentially spends 55% less pays 55% less gas tax money than somebody driving a 2004 model. So again, this is about equity. So if you are poor and you can't afford a new car, you are not going to get hit with this, because we know that you are paying more on gas tax than somebody that was able to go out and buy a brand new car. Even if it's not an EV, if they're able to buy a brand new car, they are paying significantly less gas tax. And the gas tax burden is falling disproportionately on low-income folks who are driving older vehicles. So again, throwing this out there as an idea. I know we all have some really tough decisions to make sure that we're funding transportation adequately in this state, and we wanted to put another idea out there that, I think can be directly pointed to significant improvements in our vehicles, but also makes it clear that we're not trying to target any one individual or any person to help us shoulder the burden here. So with that, I would urge a favorable report. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Chairman Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and fellow members, my name is Baruch Feigenbaum. I'm the Senior Managing Director of Transportation Policy at Reason Foundation, a nonprofit think tank. For more than 4 decades, Reason's transportation experts have been advising federal, state, and local policymakers on transportation funding and financing. While the federal government continues to delay action on meaningful transportation funding reform, states are leading the way. Understandably, raising taxes is unpopular, and while the motor fuel tax has been a reliable funding mechanism for the past 100 years due to the combination of an increasing number of electric vehicles, an increasing number of hybrids, and especially the increased fuel efficiency of internal combustion engines, it is no longer a reliable revenue source. I like to call it a rock star on his farewell tour. The time to replace it with something more durable has arrived. States have studied multiple options ranging from statewide sales tax to kilowatt-hour fees for electric charging, but 2 national Surface Transportation Commissions, the National Conference of State Legislatures, and a number of research organizations have come to the conclusion that a mileage-based user fee is the most promising. A mileage-based user fee or a road use fee, similar to the current fuel tax, follows this users pay, users benefit principle, which has 5 advantages. Fairness, those who pay the user's fee are the ones who receive the benefits. Proportionality, those who use more highway services pay more. Self-limiting, the imposition of a user's tax limits how high the tax can be. Predictability produces a reliable revenue stream, and it serves as an investment signal in terms of how much infrastructure to build. To understand why a mileage-based user fee is most promising, it helps to understand some of the other options. Increasing the registration fee would be higher than the U.S. average. Tolling is promising, but it's already used in Maryland and can't be used on local streets. Some of the other funding options that are not users pay include property taxes, general tax revenue, but the biggest problem these have is they cannot be bonded against, and they are not reliable in the long term. Thank you.
Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. This bill is I'm Brittany Baker, Maryland Director of Chesapeake Climate Action Network, and this bill is an important measure as we move forward with the decarbonization of the transportation sector. Public transportation, walkable communities, transportation diversity, and electric vehicles are all a part of the clean transportation future. Considering that these clean transportation options still use the established road network, it is important to determine a new structure for ensuring reasonable prospective revenues for the investment, maintenance, and upkeep of our established networks of roads, bridges, tunnels, and other critical transportation infrastructure. We really commend the bill sponsor because moving forward with the decarbonization of society requires forward-thinking commitment and careful attention to restructuring critical systems that provide for vital public services. So we're thrilled with the progress that Maryland has made that requires this bill, and we're totally favorable in concept, and we do agree with any technical amendments from Sierra Club, and I request a favorable report on HB 1457.
Okay. Chairman Corman, Vice Chairman Bryce, and fellow members. My name is Trish Hendren, and I'm the Executive Director of the Eastern Transportation Coalition and a proud Marylander, born and raised here. So the Coalition's a partnership of 19 Eastern states, including Maryland and DC. For over 30 years, the Coalition has done quite a lot, but I'm here speaking to you today about some recent work we've done regarding transportation funding challenges. So currently, as you've heard, our transportation system is reliant on motor fuel tax, which are facing significant decline due to improved fuel economy and electrification. So basically, our vehicles are going farther on a tank of gas or not using any gas at all. So for example, for Maryland's gas tax looking out to 2030, there will be a 15% decrease. And it's important to note that that decrease is not because of EVs, they are part of it, but it's mainly because of that improved fuel efficiency. So the work shown out there that there's, oops, sorry about that, went to the wrong page. All right, returning to this user pay principle is proving to be an option for Maryland and states around the country. Through several grants, the Coalition has explored the mileage-based usage fee, which charges drivers based on the miles that they travel versus how much fuel they're consuming. So recent Maryland-specific MBUF work has included public opinion surveys, an urban-rural analysis, and a 4-month real-world pilot. Combining the results of these activities and those up and down the East Coast with the 4 enacted MBUF programs indicate a revised funding approach is possible. So this work has shown that I want to point to the Virginia program, which provides an option of paying this new flat fee that the delegate mentioned called the highway use fee, or enrolling people in a mileage choice program. It was noted that this program is increasing funding up to $91 million. The projections for Maryland are between $47 and $67 million. So I encourage the committee to consider this option going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a question from Delegate Foley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have 2 questions. One's really quick. So your $30 to $40 million estimate, Delegate, did that include, was that net of what we already collect? So in other words, you're repealing the registration fee rate that we passed. So is the $30 to $40 million net of that?
It is. It includes EVs in there. It's not 100% clear. I mean, so it does not include what we would get on its own with just the registration fees. So They're already, so if you look in the fiscal.
So it wouldn't be quite that much, is that what you're saying?
So no, that is the total amount, and actually, again, that would likely be more, because the projections that we have are based on data that we've gotten from MDOT that are just up to 10,000 pounds. So it doesn't include essentially the next 16,000,
Oh, I
which
see.
are those heavy trucks.
Okay, thank you. And then my second question is about how the fees would be collected. They'd be collected as you register the vehicle, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, so each model would have each vehicle or each model of vehicle, forget the miles driven plan, which
Yeah.
is, still going to be, so each model of vehicle would have a different registration rate? Is that how that would work?
Correct. It would be, well, so your registration rate would be what it is, and then your highway use fee would be based on the miles per gallon.
That's what I mean,
The
yes.
fuel efficiency of your
So,
car.
but it would be
Yes.
different for each model, or
Correct.
it could be different, okay. And then finally, my final point on this is, so when you buy a car, what would be your initial, would you have a user fee at that point, or would you have to drive the car first?
No, you'd have to, so you would pay it when you re-registered your car based on that.
So your
obviously.
initial registration
Correct.
wouldn't pay it?
Correct,
Okay,
yeah.
all right, thank
And
you.
if we need to amend the bill to make that clear, but obviously, yeah, you wouldn't be paying a use fee on a car that you haven't driven yet.
Okay, great, thank you.
Delegate Morgan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make sure I'm clear, since I missed the beginning of your testimony, since Delegate Allen was downstairs for saying another way to give us more money in the Transportation Trust Fund. If I read this correctly, this only pertains to alternative fuel vehicles as described in the fiscal note. Am I correct?
Correct, but it is also fuel efficient and alternative fee vehicles.
Right, but it isn't just plain old gas vehicles.
No, it is. So essentially what this is doing is trying to get at the fact that our cars are significantly more fuel efficient today than they were 10 years ago. And that is primarily, it's not even the adoption of EVs, it is the adoption of much more fuel efficient vehicles is the reason why we have seen our revenue from the motor fuel tax significantly decline.
Okay, I don't disagree with you as to cars have become more fuel efficient over the years. But isn't it true that right now the average vehicle on a road in Maryland is probably 12 years old?
Yeah, so you're exactly right. And to the point of that, if you are driving an older car that is less fuel efficient, the average number that we got from MDOT today, it's about 25 miles per gallon. It's, I think, like 24 point something, but we round it up. So if you are driving an older car that is less fuel efficient than that, you don't pay this because you are paying every time you fill up your car. So what essentially this is doing is saying, if you have the money to buy a brand new car and you are saving, and again, if you look at the charts on the last page of my testimony that compares newer vehicle and their fuel efficiency and the amount of gas tax they pay versus olders, what we're saying is if you cannot afford to buy a new car, we're not going to put this additional burden on you because every time you fill up your tank, you're spending more than the average person.
I would agree, since gas tax goes up every year, despite Brother Morgan's plea to cap it. But we hear a lot of bills here, as you know, on automobiles and electric charging stations. We have about 4.5 million gas vehicles in Maryland now. I think the number is about 115,000 EVs. Do you have any idea how many alternative fuel vehicles there are out there, and how many run on hydrogen or natural gas or anything like that, which has been proposed in the bill?
I don't know that number off the top of my head. I'm going to defer to Trish.
It's very small.
It's relatively small, but again, if your fuel efficiency, whether you're an electric or a hydrogen, if your fuel efficiency is zero, you're essentially you're going to pay the average of what an average Marylander is paying in gas tax. So actually, this is a little bit more than the EV fee, but I think it's a much easier thing to explain to somebody rather than we sort of picked a fee. We can very clearly say, this is what the average Marylander is paying to use our roads, essentially. And we want to make sure that everybody, regardless of the type of vehicle that you're paying or you're driving, is paying that fair share too.
If you live in an urban area and I live in a rural area, let's use this hypothetically, and we're talking about wear and tear on the roads.
Right.
Let's say that the average commute in the Washington metro area is 15 miles. It takes you an hour. And
that's positive.
and the average commute in the rural areas is 30 miles.
But
it takes you half an hour.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to square in my head the advantage that the rurals get out of this when there's not nearly as many cars, there's not nearly as many EVs and things like that, yet it seems to maybe just going a little bit more urban flavored than rural flavored, if that makes sense.
I mean, so I think it's location agnostic because we're not, so there's a discount in here for everybody. It's essentially a 15% discount, and obviously we modeled this off of Virginia. That's what Virginia chose to do, which has sort of a similar urban-rural makeup, to Maryland. So there is a discount, but this is not. It's not an individual, like where, if you were to enroll in a vehicle miles traveled program, and there's a lot of research, and I know Baruch can talk about this, that actually rural communities wind up doing better because they actually they typically have older cars, they spend more on gas because it takes more to drive from point A to point B than it would in urban centers. But on this in particular, it's treating essentially every Marylander the same. It is an average, and so whether you go over that average or you're under the average, everybody's being treated the same with a similar sort of discount rate.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate Ziegler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So are these inflation-adjusted dollars?
So they are not. So the way that this would be adjusted for inflation is sort of, the first way is obviously our gas tax is pegged to the CPI. So when the gas tax increases, which again is already established in law and has nothing to do with this bill, when the gas tax goes up, it obviously means there's a higher number in this formula to figure that out. The other way that it's not so much inflation adjusted, it's more sort of efficiency adjusted, I guess you could say. The rate is locked in at 25 miles per gallon. So that's where you start. So if you were to adjust that rate, you wouldn't pick up as much new revenue as cars become more fuel efficient. I will say Virginia has slightly tweaked it. So again, theirs has been on the books for about 4 or 5 years. Their original number in their original statute was, I think, 23.7, and that was in 2019. They have now adjusted the average fuel efficiency number up to about 25. So, and again, I think that was probably to acknowledge the fact that, again, the makeup of the cars on their road have changed. And so to use a number that maybe is 5 or 10 years old isn't necessarily the most accurate. And we could certainly do that here, but you have to make sure that that fuel efficiency number stays at least for a good period of time. Otherwise, the revenue here doesn't grow as vehicles become more fuel efficient.
But in terms of your chart, which is very cool, at the bottom of your testimony.
I cribbed that from Virginia too. I can't take full credit on that one.
I like it. So those dollars are current dollars.
Yes, I was going to say, so yeah, so the 2004 model is essentially what they're paying this year in gas tax.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Or last year.
I'm seeing no other questions. I want to call up Lindsay Mendelson from the Maryland Sierra Club and the favorable with amendments, Mac Stegman from the Chesapeake Bay Foundation.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Lindsay Mendelson, and I'm the Senior Transportation Campaign Representative with the Maryland Sierra Club. The Sierra Club urges a favorable report on this bill. Having more fuel-efficient cars and EVs on our road is needed to cut air pollution and climate pollution. At the same time, it also means that we're taking in less revenue through the gas tax that helps fund our transportation needs. This bill helps address this issue by ensuring that all motorists pay their fair share into the Transportation Trust Fund. Additionally, this bill offers an opt-in program where drivers can pay less in highway user fees if they drive less. This would incentivize more people to take trips by public transit, walking, and biking, which would reduce pollution and traffic congestion. If we do not figure out a way to address our budget issues this year with more revenue, we're going to see painful cuts that will impact Marylanders' ability to safely get to jobs, school, and healthcare every day. I want to remind members of this committee that federal aid currently contributes to 21% of the Transportation Trust Fund. And there's a lot of uncertainty right now with the federal funding we're going to receive in the future. So it's imperative that we have a more permanent and reliable source of funding for the TTF. Sierra Club support for all transportation revenue measures is contingent on the Transportation and Climate Alignment Act, HB 84, and MDOT's Project Prioritization Bill, HB 20, advancing at the same time. These bills would help ensure there is more accountability and transparency in how we are spending our transportation dollars. Additionally, we urge the committee to consider dedicating a portion of funding collected from EVs to the build-out of public charging infrastructure. This can help strike a balanced approach to ensuring that EVs contribute fairly to the TTF while also retaining some incentives for EVs. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Matt Stegman, the Maryland staff attorney for the Chesapeake Bay Foundation. We are here favorable with amendment on House Bill 1457. Just want to start by saying I agree with everything that the sponsor and his panel said about the wisdom of this approach. Our amendment request is very simple. The Maryland motor fuel tax not only supports a lot of the transportation needs of the state, it also is one of the primary funding sources for Chesapeake Bay restoration efforts, particularly through the Atlantic and Coastal Bays 2010 Trust Fund. There's a carve out in the motor fuel tax that goes to the 2010 Trust Fund as well as the Waterway Improvement Fund. And if the committee wanted to move forward with this bill, we would respectfully request that you consider having a similar carve out in the fee that would be created by this bill. So with that, urge a favorable with amendment report. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Matt or Lindsay? Thank you so much. Seeing none, that ends the bill hearing for HB 1457, calling up HB 811, counties construction of sidewalks and crosswalks, safe alternative routes to public schools. You can bring up your panel. You're welcome, Delegate Terrassa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Jen Terrassa. Thank you for this opportunity to present HB 811, which aims to make it safer for our children to get to school. It's cross-filed with SB 526 by Senator Ellis. When a school board makes decisions about routes to school and bus eligibility, parents of non-bus riders need to determine the safest route for their children to get to school. This is an easier task for some than others. Some families find that there are no sidewalks or pathways for the children to walk to school, and that the only possible routes require children to walk along the side of busy roads and busy intersections. This committee will probably recall the horrific incident that happened in Prince George's County, I think in one of our members' districts, where a truck struck and killed 2 children who were walking to Riverdale Elementary School. On the national level, nearly 800 school children lose their lives each year, and over 150,000 are injured on the way to school. The numbers underscore the urgent need for robust pedestrian infrastructure that can protect our children and reduce these devastating statistics. So to address this serious issue, House Bill 811 would require a county school board to prepare and share a public report that identifies areas of the county where a student would be ineligible for transportation services to their school and identifies safe alternative routes for the student to use to travel to school. Frankly, this should already be part of the conversation when a route is determined and reviewed each year. And it should also be reviewed each year if something changes. We should know how our children are getting to school and that it is safe. Note, these distances can be considerable. Students that live within non-transportation areas in Howard County, for example, are 1 mile away for pre-K, 1.5 miles away for middle school, and 2 miles away for high schoolers. Those students either walk, bike, or get a ride unless the parent has flexibility at work to drive them. So there's an equity issue there as well. Additionally, the governing body of the county would be required to review the report, construct the sidewalks and crosswalks needed for the safe alternative route identified in the report, and work with other counties if necessary to develop a plan if it requires their approval as well. Safe, accessible routes also encourage active lifestyles, improve physical health, and lessen environmental impacts by reducing reliance on cars. Importantly, improving pedestrian routes benefits all community members, students, and others. ensuring inclusivity in our transportation planning. By adopting 811, Maryland can make a decisive commitment to the safety, health, and future of our students, paving the way for substantial community-focused infrastructure that meets the needs of our students. I respectfully urge a favorable report.
Thank you so much, Delegate Terrasa. Does anyone have questions for Delegate Terrasa? No? Okay. We will, thank you so much, Delegate Terrasa. We will bring up Michael Sanderson from MACO's unfavorable testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Michael Sanderson with the Maryland Association of Counties. And I hope that my long friendship with the sponsor will survive my being a back-to-back opponent on her bills today. That said, I think that there's a virtue in the idea in this bill. There are some specifics in the bill that have brought us to the table on the Senate version of the bill for several years running. I want to catch up your committee on that dialogue because it might be a little instructive. MACO's the only one at the table at the moment, because the bill says the county has to do it all. But the practicality is a little more difficult. I think this year's version actually has a clause that's trying to get at one of MACO's central concerns, which is probably the most worrisome and dangerous and high traffic kind of roads we're talking about are probably not going to be maintained by the county in most cases. Some districts don't have municipalities, but you do have state highway roads. But we have an interjurisdictional issue here that's a little more complicated than just the county shall go do all the things. Because in a number of jurisdictions, this is a town or this is a state highway road, and we don't have the ability to go build a new crosswalk or whatnot. So as a practical matter, we have come to the table in the Senate in different earlier versions of this bill trying to say, let's show that we've pursued grants and that we've made efforts and done various things. As it turns out, the school systems have concerns with the reporting, the municipalities and state highway have not been at the table, and we've never been able to get closure on this. So that's kind of where we stand on this issue. We're in opposition with the bill because it lays everything at the foot of the counties. There really is a larger table than that to have the discussion about how to get to the goals in this bill, I think. So with that, if we ask for an unfavorable report as drafted, happy to work with you.
Thank you. Delegate Long.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, sir, for being here today. And I just want to ask, if you all were all brought to the table, all these various entities and stakeholders, I'm asking a very direct question. Would you be in support of this bill, which I think is trying to help also uplift and ensure that our local jurisdictions not only provide safe pathways for students to schools, but also to help with the lack of infrastructure?
So I would say if this bill were, whatever, a formation of a work group or bring all these stakeholders together to try and find a solution, we very rarely oppose moving in a direction like that. There is a clause in the bill as it's written now and always has been to say that the county shall go do all the things that the report identifies. And we will usually come to you and say, like, counties have to make balancing decisions all the time. All of our peers in local governments. I can't speak for the Municipal League. I imagine they would say the same thing, that a state law saying you absolutely must do this one thing, even if it's to the detriment of other things your residents want, is usually farther than we would like to see state law go. So we end up at some loggerheads on those things. But if this were a bring all these stakeholders together, including state highways, municipals, and school systems, and talk about how we make a better plan and we all work toward it, we're in for that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I should have mentioned we have guests here from the Ways and Means Committee, and with us, Delegate Miller has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just real quickly, so if we're talking about a work group or something along those lines, I mean, everywhere looks very different. And of course, in my area where there's a rural area, we do safe passages to school all the time, but putting in the feasibility of putting in sidewalks in some of those areas just could not happen because of the rural nature of the county. Can you speak to that? Because like I said, all counties look a little bit different. And I didn't know if there's any provisions that would possibly speak to that if you had any recommendations.
I think, and I'm trying to share with the committee a little reflection of the back and forth in the Senate on this bill in prior years. I think could be instructive, but I think if you brought together an honest-to-goodness work group on this issue, you'd look at the one sentence in this bill that says the county shall build whatever it takes, and you'd probably expand that into half a page of text to say the local jurisdiction or whoever runs the road will, make all, to the maximum extent practicable, do the following things, and we'll try and engage it in their long-term feasibility study or their infrastructure plan. Like, you do all the things that you can do. I think that's probably the kind of middle ground we would reach if we were to go through that exercise, with or without a bill. So I think you probably would need some temperance in the state law along those lines to get everybody on board, including us, I would think.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Sanderson, so what I hear you saying is that if this was a work group to provide recommendations to potential counties and municipalities about safe routes to school, it'd be something you support versus saying you have to do these recommendations.
We'd be
Thank you so much. Any other questions? Okay, thank you so much. See, HB 8.1, calling up Delegate Terrassa again for HB 1444, local government moderate income housing unit requirements, prohibitions against fee in lieu. Do you have a panel?
I don't.
Okay.
Just me. All right, good afternoon again, Chair Boyce and members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. For the record, I'm still Jen Terrassa. Thank you for this opportunity to present House Bill 1444, which is an affordable housing bill. We've been talking about the affordable housing crisis in Maryland and beyond all session, and frankly, for years. And we all know we need more affordable housing. In inclusionary zoning, affordable housing units are often created by requiring the developer of market rate units to make a certain percentage of units in the development affordable to people with low and moderate income, often defined as, give or take, depending on the county, as 80% of median income and below in the area. The idea is a good one. Each time market rate housing is built, so too are affordable units. So for example, a 100-unit development with 15% affordable housing would require the developer to produce 85 market rate units and 15 affordable housing units. This can be a steady stream of affordable housing, just what we're looking for. For example, in 2023, 1,674 units were permitted in Baltimore County. And if there was inclusionary zoning requirement, then 15% affordable housing, that would be 251 affordable units. In Howard County, approximately 800 housing units were produced, which could produce approximately 119 affordable units. But we know we aren't seeing that many affordable units come onto the market, nothing close to that. Unfortunately, many jurisdictions have an option for developers to pay a fee instead of an option to pay a fee instead of building the affordable units. In other words, pay a fee in lieu of their affordable housing requirement. The idea behind this allows for a fee in lieu the fee will go into a fund to help the county build their own affordable housing or otherwise support getting people housed. Paying money to a county so that a county can itself provide affordable housing for its residents sounds good. What could be wrong with the county having money to build affordable housing? Sounds great. However, what happens in reality is a different story. There are two major problems with a fee in lieu of affordable housing. First, allowing a fee in lieu of affordable housing leads to concentration of low and moderate income housing neighborhoods. And the second one is the fees are insufficient to provide the same number of units that would be made available if the developer had to build the units. So let me give you a little bit more detail before I go. Concentration of low and moderate income housing. The impact of allowing developers to do some projects and pay their way out of the obligation to provide affordable housing is that those units are not built throughout the county. They're concentrated in certain areas. Instead, certain neighborhoods end up only being for the wealthy. and other neighborhoods have concentration of poverty, which we know from years of research is not good for anyone. The reality is these fees are generally set far too low to actually produce affordable housing units. The average cost of building a housing unit in Maryland, I've kind of estimated this, but I've seen much higher numbers, is approximately $200 to $400 dollars per square foot, whereas the fee in lieu, for example, in Howard County as of 2024 was set at $3.65. So you can see the problem here. So clearly the fee is wholly insufficient to house people in actual units. And no developer in their right mind would opt to build a unit instead of paying this fee. It makes no financial sense for them. The fee, once in the county's hands, is wholly insufficient to finance the county building units, and this just exacerbates the crisis. So House Bill 1444 addresses the need for housing affordability by making sure homes are actually built. The goal is to require developers to build the units that are desperately needed instead of leaving that burden solely on the state and local governments to scramble for funds to ensure everyone can afford to have a roof over their head. When fee in lieu policies were passed, presumably it was with the hope that it would be an alternative way to help make housing in Maryland more affordable and attainable. But in the end, we know we get far fewer affordable housing units this way. We should not continue to allow affordable housing units to slip through our hands. I respectfully urge a favorable report on House Bill 1444.
Thank you, Delegate. Does anyone have any questions for Delegate Terrassa? Thank you so much, Madam. Seeing none, we will go to our two unfavorable witnesses. Robert Etten, Maryland Building Industry Association, Michael Sanderson, Maryland Association of Counties.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, Michael Sanderson with the Maryland Association of Counties. I'm not the expert. I can't give you chapter and verse on every single local program that uses a fee in lieu as a way to promote achievable and affordable housing within their jurisdiction. I know this is a tool that's widely used. You and I have both just heard some stories about maybe it's inefficient here or there. I think my testimony in opposition to the bill is basically a baby bathwater argument. I think this tool can make sense in a lot of cases. The idea of saying we must embed the affordable units in the most expensive part of town where you'll end up only being able to do a few units means you'll serve fewer people than if you go a few blocks away and use a fund where we can leverage some from here and some from there and some from there. And now we actually have a way to do multiple units, maybe more and beyond. I think that's the intention behind the fee in lieu concept for the many jurisdictions who use it. But in general, we're here before you frequently saying, give the local government some flexibility to try and do the right thing in a way that makes sense locally. And I think that's essentially our spirit. This bill simply says that tool's no good. I've got a story that I don't like, and so take that tool completely out of the toolbox. We are typically in the posture of saying, let the locals figure out a good solution, and then when you've got a broad policy concern, you deal with it in the large legislation and those sort of things that you deal with writ large. So on this bill, taking the bill out of the toolbox, we disagree with that philosophically. I think this tool can be good, can be used for ill, and in many cases, even better than the embed the units in the development.
Thank you so much, Delegate Terrassa.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good to see you, Mr. Sanderson. Wondering if you know of any counties that are charging anywhere close to that 200 to 400 square foot per $200 per square foot. And just to give you an example, so it's not just Howard County, Frederick County has a $2 per square foot fee in lieu. Do you know if any of the counties are, and is there any discussion amongst the counties of making that more likely to produce actual affordable housing?
So I was trying to follow the arithmetic as you were testifying, and I want to give my fairest answer, but I I think there may be an apples and oranges issue here, right? If the entire cost of building new housing units is at the number you cite, which I can't contest because this is not my area of any depth, you still wouldn't necessarily say that that should be the payment for each unit of housing that's not the affordable brand. The idea of for every square foot of other housing, we're going to assess a tax to fully pay for the cost of another equivalent affordable unit from scratch. I'm not sure that's necessarily the way anybody builds incentives to promote either embedded affordable housing in larger developments, or the fee in lieu, let's do this as a bank. So like the idea that the right thing to do is a $200 per square feet fee for every development would put all housing developments out of business. I think, I don't know what the right ratio is, 10 to 1, 40 to 1, I don't have any idea. But you know, you're familiar with jurisdictions that say you have to do 10% affordable or 15% affordable or something along those lines. So that would suggest there's a ratio that's not 1 to 1 there. I don't know the range of who charges what. You cited a $2 and $4. I suspect you're accurate about those. I don't have chapter and verse on that, but I challenge the notion that 2 and 200 are on equal footing there.
Look forward to continuing to discuss this.
As always.
Are there any other questions? Thank you so much. That ends the bill hearing for HB 1444. Calling up now HB 1312, real property, partitions of property liens. Delegate, Riley, there you go.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Chair Boyce and esteemed members of Environment and Transportation Committee. For the record, I am Delegate Teresa Riley from District 35A, here to introduce HB 1312, Real Property, Partition of Property, and liens/liens. This bill makes a few changes regarding partition of procedures, a legal process which a court divides real property among multiple persons. If a plaintiff fails to produce a title report, this bill requires each party in a timely manner to notify the courts of outstanding liens on the property, including mortgage, deed of trust, tax liens, judgment lien, with supporting documentation, and also alters the calculation of the purchase of the price for the co-tenant's interest by subtracting the amount of the outstanding liens owned on the property from the value of the entire parcel. And Madam Chair, I do have a panel, so if I'll just go ahead and pass it over to him.
Good afternoon, Chairman Boyce. My name's Anthony DePaula. I am a small firm practitioner in Harford County. I would like to start by saying that the statutes in Title 14, Subtitle 7, do provide a methodical framework to govern sales in lieu of partition. But as a 40-plus year attorney who has handled dozens of partition cases, in the past, more times than not, one party, one owner, would refinance and buy out the other party by paying their share of the equity in the property and exchange payment for a deed at the time they close on a cash-out refinance. But I'm here to offer some observations of some practical hurdles that we've encountered under the law as it's been in effect since 2022. This bill addresses one of the issues that we've encountered in everyday application. Currently, existing liens on the property are not considered. So the three-step process that the court employs: first, there's a hearing to determine the fair market value of the property. Then the court gives notice to the party against whom the action was filed to give them an opportunity to buy out the filing party's interest, and then that sum would have to be deposited with the court to purchase the interest. Well, in determining the fair market value, the court does not take into account liens. So for instance, in a case I had, if we had a $500,000 property that had a $400,000 mortgage, the one co-tenant wanted to buy out the other, but the statute would require them to deposit $250,000 into court. not $50,000, which is half the equity and the amount that the filing party was actually entitled to. So it raises the question, shouldn't they pay half the liens on the property? That's why this bill was introduced. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions for the sponsor or panelist? Delegate Healy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Delegate. This sounds familiar. There's another bill floating around, I believe it's in Judiciary Committee, about divorcing spouses and being able to acquire the joint property. And are you aware of that other bill? I don't remember the number of it.
Chair Healy, I am not. To my panel, are you?
I am not either.
Okay, well, I'll just find out offline. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I'm sorry.
Yes.
We also, so looking at this bill, we also, as we were sitting here, thought of another idea, if the committee would so choose, to actually offer an amendment that may, make the bill more palatable for this committee. If we would have the option to have Mr. DePaula to mention what that amendment would look like. Would that be possible? Thank you.
Yes, the only other amendment I would offer is that frequently in these cases, one of the parties has paid more or sometimes all of the expenses of carrying the property that they all own. And as the statute now reads, once the funds are deposited in the court then orders them dispersed to the party who's giving up their interest. And there's lacking a provision where I would say that the party who's buying the interest, who advanced funds for insurance or real property taxes or maintenance, would have the opportunity to be reimbursed from the party whose interest they're buying for their share of those expenses. So all I would like to add is that before the court disperses the funds from the court registry, that there at least be the opportunity upon request for a hearing to make those adjustments. That would be it.
Thank you. Any for Delegate Holmes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The amendment sounds interesting to me. How do you determine those costs, particularly if there's a joint account or something along those lines? How do you determine those costs?
Well, I would say in my experience that the party that requests the hearing would certainly produce receipts for things that they had paid. If they paid the full tax bill, and more times than not, I've seen where they ask the other party to contribute and they either don't have the funds or they just don't pay. One pays for a roof, one pays for a new water heater. But at least to have that ability, to have that mechanism to have the party whose interest is being purchased at least have to contribute their fair share.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you. That concludes bill on House Bill 1312.
Thank you.
We'll turn to House Bill 1302, Delegate Rosenberg, Housing and Community Development, Housing Counseling.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee.
Could you pull up? Thank you.
I'm new around here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. When I talk about providing legal counsel in rent court, I make the point that we spend a lot of time down here. I see a certain subcommittee chairman nodding his head, working on what should the law be regarding tenants' rights, the two chairs. And in preparing for this bill, which would require that there be housing counseling made available to purchasers of state-assisted property where there was state assistance in the construction of the property and underwriting the property, I think it's an analogous situation. People should be made aware of the opportunities that they have through state assistance to buy a home. That is so important in terms of individual wealth for a family, as well as the circumstances in which they're going to live their daily lives, the quality of the housing that they have. And you will hear testimony from Lisa Budlow sitting next to me, who is the director of the CHI program in Baltimore City, as part of the Associated Jewish Charities, which is a builder not just in the Jewish community, but throughout the community in Northwest Baltimore, on both sides of a certain racetrack in Northwest Baltimore, which is a great accomplishment. So what this bill would do is provide that as a condition on the receipt of funding from the State Department of Housing on any project to construct, acquire, or rehabilitate residential property for use as housing, a funding recipient shall agree to offer housing counseling services to the prospective residents. That's a little tighter than what I said initially, but that is the heart of the bill. And I think the response, the unsolicited response from Lisa and others who provide housing counseling as to the importance of what this bill could bring about, I think is very important. Urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Lisa Budlow. I'm the CEO of CHI in Northwest Baltimore. As Delegate Rosenberg mentioned, we are a community-based housing provider, and we're a HUD-certified housing counseling agency. Thank you for the opportunity to give testimony. We are grateful to Delegate Rosenberg and Ruff for highlighting the importance of housing counseling with this bill. As you know, the state has made significant capital investments in housing production, especially as relates to rehab of vacant homes. And it's critically important to be making this investment to revitalize neighborhoods and spur population growth. And in order to fully realize that dream, we have to pair that capital investment with the services that connect the people to these homes. And that's where housing counseling comes in. So housing counselors have specialized training. They work with prospective home buyers so they can understand the process, know how much home they can afford, connect to incentive programs like Live Near Your Work, help structure a sustainable mortgage. And once they're in, the counselors can help them understand how to maintain their home and save for repairs. And if they get into mortgage trouble, the counselors are there to provide foreclosure counseling and preserve the home or create a soft landing. This HUD-certified work, it's one-on-one, it's personalized, and without it, we risk having beautiful properties without qualified tenants to live in them. There are too few housing counseling agencies. There's fewer than 20 in Baltimore City and County, fewer than 50 across the state, and there's a need for additional funding to agencies to meet this demand from residents and home seekers. We would offer a slight amendment to make note of the fact that what we really need is funding sources for the HUD-certified agencies. It doesn't necessarily have to come from the developers themselves, but there is a bill, 796, that was heard in Judiciary that proposes increasing foreclosure filing fees, and we think that is a great solution to an important need. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the sponsor or his panelists? Okay, I believe we also have Claudia Wilson-Randall from the Community Development Network of Maryland.
She's across the street.
She's actually, she
right
made
here.
it.
Sorry.
So,
I'm sorry.
I was
Looking in the wrong
across the street.
direction.
It's all good.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Claudia Wilson-Randall. I'm the Executive Director of the Community Development Network. I'm here today in support of House Bill 1302, slightly out of breath as I ran over. But I want to just emphasize the importance of housing counseling as an industry. The Community Development Network represents the 35 to 40 organizations across the state that provide HUD-certified housing counseling. As my panelists before me talked about, this resource is badly in need of funding and badly in need of marketing the availability of these services that help homeowners to retain housing, also help first-time homebuyers, and also help to prevent foreclosures throughout the state. I would ask that as you consider this bill, that I made a couple of suggestions for amendments, but I would just ask that you consider the need to raise this as a resource for members of the community who may need help navigating processes, the first-time homebuyer process in particular. Many people across the state do not have the experience to navigate this process by themselves, and also the need to help people prevent foreclosure and navigating loss mitigation. So with that, I ask for a favorable report on House Bill 1302, and thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you very much. We have a question from Delegate Stein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all for your testimony. And Delegate, I should have asked you this question: does the requirement apply to situations where a builder is constructing rental housing, so that the tenants would need to obtain this financial counseling, or is it just for homeowner situations?
Well, it should apply to renters, just so they are good renters and then prepare them for the next step. And the language of the bill is residential property, refers to residential property for use as housing. So it's not just ownership.
Okay, thank you.
That would be the plain meaning.
Sure.
Okay, any additional questions? Okay, that concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1302. We will stick with Delegate Rosenberg. House Bill 1367, lead testing and inspections, falsifying information penalty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill is prompted by a lawsuit that MDE brought against a tester who submitted false information, and I'm not up to date, as I should be, on the status of that lawsuit, but it's clear, I think, that the penalty for falsely submitting information that would lead one to believe that a property is safe when it is not safe, that is worthy of a serious fine from the state. It's something we shouldn't tolerate. Obviously, it's already illegal, or there wouldn't be a suit filed by MDE. But the purpose of this bill, after I learned about the lawsuit, is to enhance the penalty and to make it more of a deterrent to perhaps comparable to what I was in here for a few days ago. A bill that I won't be in here for because I'm withdrawing it because we've solved the problem. But when the state sues a polluter, it's a serious violation of the law. And I would submit that to falsely imply that a property is habitable and safe, particularly for youngsters, where lead paint is that's the principal, not target, but the most vulnerable are children, that we ought to have a comparable penalty. And I would defer to, obviously, the committee's judgment as to what is that appropriate penalty. I'm not wedded to what's in this bill, but clearly, I don't think the current penalty is adequate, and I would hope you would agree and urge a favorable with amendment report.
Great. Thank you, Delegate Rosenberg. Any questions on this bill? Okay, that concludes the bill here on House Bill 1367. We will turn to House Bill 1411, Real Property Insufficient Condominium Reserve Account Grant Fund Establishment. And if you have a panelist, you can bring her back up.
I know that this committee knows about the problem of condos because you had a bill on the floor today. And what this legislation does is provide for mandate an opportunity to underwrite those costs, that whether it is in my district where it's an issue, and Lisa Budlow is here again to speak to that, or whether it is over in any other part of the state. And I know that from conversations I've had with people since we've been down here, that this is far from restricted to Northwest Baltimore and Park Heights Avenue in terms of the problem. This is about safety. It's about preventing what happened in Miami Beach, or on the beach near Miami, from happening here. And I think given that many of these properties and many of these condo owners are at the stage of their life where they don't have sufficient funds to provide a sufficient nest egg, if you will, in terms of their condo reserve, that the state needs to invest in these properties just as we invest in the construction of apartment rentals, as was just referenced. I have submitted an amendment that would change this bill into a study by the department, given the fiscal situation we're in, that we can't create a new fund this session. But I think for those of you who've spent time on the Appropriations Committee, this is certainly the kind of situation, the problem that is before us, that would be conducive to language requiring a study so that come better financial times, we can invest in these condos and in these reserve funds to avoid the harm to the individuals, both physically and financially, and would urge the adoption of the amendment, which in effect substitutes for the bill because it makes this a study instead of creating a new funding obligation. Thank you.
Good afternoon again. I'm Lisa Budlow from High in Northwest Baltimore. We have 22 condo buildings in our service area, and many of the unit owners are older adults. They're living on a low fixed income, and for years we've been hearing about this issue from them. They're facing special assessments, and the money is needed to fund the reserve accounts and to repair the buildings, and they understand this, but they can't afford it. We heard from one condo community where the assessment was $2,300, and that may not seem like that much money, but they were beside themselves and didn't know what they were going to do. So at issue is the gap between what's required to be in the fund reserve account and what's in the account now, and the gap arises from years of putting off reserve deposits. And it's important that these reserve accounts catch up, but the older adults can't make up the ground on their own, and they need assistance. So as Delegate Rosenberg mentioned, we think the first step to finding a solution to this issue is to quantify it. And so the study will learn the number of condo buildings that are older and likely in need of repair, and look at the age and income levels of the folks that are living there and the gap in the actual reserve account in those buildings. And then armed with that information, we can create a smart solution. And in the end, the goal is that the buildings will be well maintained because the reserves will be able to fund needed repairs, and the owners will have peace of mind both that they're living in a safe building and also that they're not going to lose their condo because they can't afford to pay an assessment that's been levied. And we'll also be able to understand how long it's going to take for the reserve accounts to catch up, and then the owners can take it on their own and they won't need state assistance. I submitted written testimony, and the presidents of the condo associations in my service area wrote a letter, and I included that with my testimony. They understand this issue and they need assistance, and they're fully in support of this study as a first important step. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do not see any
questions. We've been pretty beaten down about reserve accounts around here, so don't take it personally, Delegate. That concludes the bill here on House Bill 1411. We're going to turn to House Bill 1434, Delegate Amprey, Food Deserts Work Group Establishment.
Always good to be back at ENT. Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, for the record, Delegate Marlon Amprey here in support of House Bill 1434. A bill that I have been bringing to this committee, this is like year number 5 or 4, I can't remember. There's 1 year we didn't do it. But, you know, I think the written testimony lays it out, and my continued advocacy for this issue is, you know, pretty thorough, but just want to reiterate the dire need here, right? You know, I think that, you know, some of us may not understand what's going on in places like Baltimore City or on the Eastern Shore or in parts of Baltimore County, but we are literally going through situations where so many residents are living in food deserts, right? People who don't have access to fresh food, people who don't have, if they do have access to fresh food, there's limited resources, and they often are paying more because stores know that these people do not have the ability to choose and have more other options, which leads to issues around obesity, which leads to issues around high blood pressure, which leads to issues around general health concerns. We know these health concerns also contribute to the ability for children to learn, how long you live, et cetera. So it's important that people have access to fresh food and to quality options on where they can buy that food. And what this bill seeks to do is establish a work group to figure out how we can assess the problem and find solutions. I truly believe that you cannot fix what you cannot measure. And we continue to have issues around how do we determine what is a food desert? Where do they exist, et cetera? So this work group would work to establish and determine and do several things to find out where these issues are and how we can find solutions. What the work group would do is conduct an analysis of food deserts in the state that include a discussion of the concepts of food deserts, locations of food deserts, the examination of health impacts, an assessment of strategies to attract grocery stores, supermarkets, retailers, or even, I think even thinking outside the box, like how can we bring more farmers markets to certain communities that need access to better available fresh food options. And again, I'm not necessarily married to the full composition of what the work group would be here, but I think that I'm just screaming that we need to do something. I think that for too long, we haven't been doing anything. I think there's also been works around incentivizing via, whether it's beer and wine in grocery stores or doing other things to incentivize people to come to certain areas, but we don't even know where these areas are because we don't have a true understanding of how we measure and calculate where it is. So this work group would have the responsibility of figuring that out, finding solutions, finding the right partners to do the work with. We've had great institutions like Johns Hopkins put together maps that were really, really, really thorough and great, but it can be pretty costly. But I think this work group can find how can we use our universities, how can we use the Departments of Commerce, the Department of Agriculture, et cetera, to figure out how we can find a solution. I think we have all the assets to figure it out. I think it's a matter of determining what's the best, who are the best people, institutions, and a strategy to move forward. And I know that in the past we tried to tuck in something like this into the Food Resiliency Council in the past. It just hasn't worked, right? I think the Food Resiliency Council has been more focused on like food sourcing, not necessarily actual establishments for food retail in communities that are dealing with the issue around access to fresh food. So with that said, I'm happy to talk offline with the committee to find a solution. There is a cross-file in the Senate. Also, we do have forthcoming amendments that lay out some other suggestions for the work group as far as composition and as far as reporting, et cetera. But I'm really happy to work with the committee on finding a way we can get this done and finding a way in which we can ensure that every community in Maryland, especially young people and especially our elders who have less capacity to find food outside of their neighborhoods, have access to food in the neighborhoods. And with that said, I urge a favorable report for House Bill 1434. Open to any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. We have a question from Vice Chair Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Delegate, for bringing this bill. So it seems, and I worked with you and Senator Sailing in the interim around this. I do want to send you HB 9 from Delegate Charkoudian that we passed earlier, actually this session, regarding just some updates and definitions for Food Systems Resiliency Council. And I want to send it to you to see if this I think some of this stuff in here satisfies some of the things you want. I just want to clarify that it does, and if it doesn't, how we can add to it, because it does change, for instance, the definitions of food deserts to limited food options and food scarcity that exists in healthy food priority areas. Changing kind of food waste to a word that's like wasted food. So I wanted to send it to you and see if this suffices. If not, how do we beat this up so it does?
Yeah, no, look, I'm open to, again, I'm open to any suggestions on how we can move forward. I just don't want to be, what I don't want to have happen is, unfortunately, I feel as though sometimes, and I'll just be blunt and honest, that when it comes to food opportunities for Black and brown urban communities or communities that are in certain areas, we get lost in the shuffle of a big bill, right? So I don't want to.
This is not a big bill. Just
okay,
to let
good.
you know.
Okay,
it's
great.
Not a
so
big bill.
okay,
it's a 2-page bill.
I just want to make sure.
I knew you would like that.
I just don't want to get lost in the sauce, as they say, right?
No
I don't
way.
want that to happen.
I wouldn't do that to you. I'll send it to you.
All right, thank you.
Delegate Morgan.
Chair, Delegate Amprey, I'm sitting here next to your colleague from Baltimore City.
Yes.
And I recognize that literally throughout the state, there are a lot of food deserts that exist. So I'm going to ask you the same question I asked her. Why do you think there is a lot of food deserts inside Baltimore City?
Well, unfortunately, I'll be honest, I'm a transactional lawyer by trade, so I've done some research and understand some of the metrics to how some of these grocery stores function. So the unfortunate reality is that some of your favorite grocery stores use different metrics on where they put their stores. So one thing that they use is a density record, right? So often they say this area is not dense enough of population for us to return a profit based on the amount of people here. I don't really like that, because if you look at some of our areas in the suburbs where there's you drive down one highway, there's a Costco, Sam's, Trader Joe's, all these grocery stores, and there's not much density right there. There's just a corridor. But for some reason, the density rules don't apply to a random corridor in the suburbs. I don't know what happens with the density rules. The other thing is a lot of grocery stores now have metrics where they're using actual, I won't name the stores, but I know for a fact some of your favorite grocery stores are looking at the amount of people who have college and master's degrees in this neighborhood before they put a grocery store there, right? So there's a whole lot of, in my opinion, implicit racial and socioeconomic bias that's happening in some of these store placements. So I think that's something that we could possibly tackle as a state. How do we make sure that, hey, if you're gonna be a store that comes into Maryland, you're not gonna say that only people who have master's degrees deserve organic produce, right? So there's issues around how these stores actually have their metrics set up that I think that we should be looking into. Because if you go to certain parts of our state that have, it's not just wealth anymore, it's literally degrees. Because even if you look into certain areas of Prince George's County that have certain levels of wealth, because of the degree amounts, they say, oh, we're not gonna come to that neighborhood. So literally, that's what I've been told, and that's what I've researched and found. So there's metrics that the grocery stores have that don't allow them to come to Baltimore City for some reason. But for some reason, carry-out stores and liquor stores seem to do just fine. So clearly the money is there. It's just a matter of they decide not to come to these communities.
So do you have a lot of Family Dollars and dollar stores inside
We have
Baltimore
plenty,
City?
we have tons of those, which shows that people are able to go and buy stuff. It's just a matter of they don't think that they deserve a grocery store, in my opinion.
But they don't get the fresh fruits and vegetables. They get packaged
They get high sodium, high processed, high sugar items via carry-out stores, dollar stores, and corner stores, et cetera. And again, I think the density metrics are a little out of whack to the fact that if these stores are thriving in these corridors, why couldn't the grocery store do okay?
That's fair. Thank you.
Any further questions for the bill sponsor? Okay, thank you, Delegate Amprey. You're always welcome back in ENT. House Bill 1443, Delegate Griffith, Local Government Hiring and Promotion, Families Serve Act. You have a panelist, please bring them up.
Good afternoon. Chair Corbin, Vice Chair Boyce, and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Delegate Mike Griffith, representing Harford and Cecil County, and I'm requesting a favorable report on HB 1443, Local Government Hiring and Promotion Preferences for Veterans and Spouses of Service Members and Veterans Family Serve Act. So over the last few years, I believe I have a pretty good track record of bringing in easy, good bills to this committee, and today that tradition continues. So during the 2024 legislative session, the Maryland General Assembly passed the Family Serve Act of 2024 that provided hiring and promotion preferences for spouses of eligible service members in both the private and public sector. As a Marine Corps veteran, I was thankful for this extension and happy to support the bill. The bill before you today builds upon that work and is very simple. All it does is allow local or municipal governments to grant hiring and promotion preferences to qualified applicants. In this context, such qualified applicants would include a veteran, the spouse of a veteran who has a service-connected disability, the spouse of a service member, or a deceased veteran, or for a deceased veteran, spouse of a deceased veteran. And their surviving spouse. In addition to this, HB 1443 authorizes localities and municipalities to use selection tests when hiring or promoting employees to provide additional credits for those tests on the same qualifying individuals as referenced. In doing so, this would perhaps incentivize a military spouse who is relocating to a new area due to relocation orders to seek employment without participating with participating employers, as they might otherwise be disenfranchised in applying due to resumes reflecting constant change in jobs and location. With a national unemployment rate of 20% for military spouses, any incentive provided for those seeking employment will help decrease this percentage and help level the playing field with other applicants that do not face the unique hardships of this population. In fact, offering this extension might further incentivize relocation requests to Maryland, as it directly impacts the quality of life of military families in this great state. So if we become a state that incentivizes this, military spouses of deceased individuals and so on and so forth may want to come to Maryland because they know they have a better shot to get a job here than other places. On an administrative note, I did want to share before the committee that there's an amendment that clarifies that localities and municipalities may extend this preference, but are no means required to. And that was an amendment we worked with MML on, and they're favorable with that amendment, and we consider the amendment favorable. So, in closing, HB 1443 has been cross-filed by Senator Jennings and is supported by the Maryland General Assembly's House Veterans Caucus and the Maryland Military Coalition. I further wish to thank the Maryland Military Coalition for bringing this bill forward and their advocacy efforts on this, and I respectfully request a favorable report on HB 1443. Thank you.
Chair Corman and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify in favor of Delegate Griffith's bill. I'm Dave Dragic, a retired Army colonel and legislative director for the Maryland Military Coalition. We strongly support this bill, as it is another positive step Maryland is taking to address the issue of employment of spouses of members of the uniformed services, just as we did the Family Serve Act of 2024 last year. As the Moore-Miller administration and our coalition has consistently pointed out, employment of these spouses is one of the biggest challenges these individuals continue to face. This enabling legislation, if adopted primarily by the 10 counties and jurisdictions near or in which there are major defense installations, will help create additional employment opportunities for military families when they relocate to Maryland under official orders. As we noted in our written testimony, over 85% of local government positions are in or near these defense installations. House Bill 1443 is common sense legislation that helps level the playing field between the state and local government in competing for qualified individuals. More important, it is a positive step in supporting the retention of families in the uniformed services and the readiness of the armed forces. The Maryland Military Coalition strongly supports House Bill 1443 and asks for a favorable report from the committee. We would like to thank Delegate Griffith for sponsoring this important legislation and appreciate his leadership on this issue.
Thank you. We have a question from Delegate Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate, great bill. I support all of our veterans and their tremendous service. Would you think this bill would be comparable to that of like diversity and inclusion?
I don't know. I'm not qualified to answer that. My focus is trying to continue the good work of the Maryland General Assembly that we've already done with the Family Service Act, just extend the same thing beyond. I mean, so I guess maybe, but I want to make sure that, you know, our military and military spouses are included in the process, so.
Thank you so much.
Delegate Guyton.
Thank you. It'll be a little easier. Thank you so much for bringing this. I can see the
the connection there. But thank you for this bill. I do love your bill. And, you know, as a mom of an active service Army guy, I'm always looking for these sorts of initiatives. I want to make sure of a couple of things really quickly, that this I'm hearing a lot about military spouses, but this also would apply to veterans themselves as well. Is that accurate?
Yes, well, this is primarily for, yes, for veterans and spouses, and not just spouses, but spouses of also deceased service members, things of that nature.
Okay. And is this similar or is this different than what we currently have in state law? Because
It's
I know
the exact same thing we passed last year, but extending the opportunity to counties and municipalities.
Okay, so currently this is already in effect in state law, and we're just saying that we can do this. But it's not optional in state law. So I'm just, my main question to you is, why are we making this enabling rather than just saying, let's put everyone on the same playing field?
Listen, if the committees would like it to make it mandatory, that's up to the committee to decide.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Any additional questions? Okay, thank you, Delegate. That concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1443. We'll turn to House Bill 1466. Delegate Stewart, Land Use and Real Property, Accessory Dwelling Units, Requirements and Prohibitions. If you have a panel, please bring them up.
Anybody can join me, whatever. If you feel so moved, come on up. Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, I come with you bearing bad news. This is the last bill I have this year in front of Environment and Transportation. I know. And so I thought, to mark the occasion, I thought I would do a little bit of moment in history if I could, Mr. Chair. It has been 2 years since this committee held its 2023 annual Octagon competition to see which work groups would pass out of the committee. And we had a winner that year in 2023, our own Delegate Jay Long's ADU task force bill. So that passed 2 years ago. Shortly thereafter, the Speaker appointed me as the House representative on that task force. To remind you, ADUs, or accessory dwelling units, are smaller independent living spaces that are ancillary to, but are on the same property as the main residence. And so going into the task force, I had heard many of the arguments for and against ADUs. Y'all have probably heard some of the same ones. The proponents tend to say this creates more affordable housing, it helps seniors age in place, it helps folks with disabilities. The opponents tend to say ADUs are terrible because we're going to create all this hardship in neighborhoods, and there's going to be parking and traffic issues, and it's going to change our, you know, the quaint nature of our single family neighborhoods, and noise and all sorts of other problems too, right? So it was cool to be on the task force. Thank you to the committee and to Madam Speaker, because we got to kind of cut through all this noise and really look at what the studies say, what other neighboring jurisdictions' experience has been like, and sort of get to the root of this issue. After we studied the issue, we voted on a set of legislative recommendations, which you can find with a handy tool called Google. I can also send it around the report if you're interested. And after the votes that we took on a series of policy recommendations were actually all either really overwhelming. It was a diverse group from all sorts of different stakeholders that were involved, either an overwhelming vote or a unanimous vote on pretty much every issue. And so what this bill does is attempt to incorporate that report into a piece of legislation. Now, I will note that in your packet, you'll see that MACO and MML said, whoa, this is actually inconsistent with a couple of parts of the report, and they are right, and it's my fault. So I am going to put some amendments in to sort of clarify a little bit more and be less prescriptive and give counties and cities a little bit more flexibility about how they do this. But essentially what the bill says is that cities and counties have to adopt local ordinances legalizing accessory dwelling units. But they retain flexibility to govern, for example, parking minimums or setback requirements or other things they need to do in their jurisdiction to make sure we don't have a one-size-fits-all policy. So I just want to talk for the rest of the time a little bit about what we learned as a task force so I can impart some knowledge because I thought it was really cool. And also I want to give a shout out to the Department of Planning. They staffed the work group and they did a really awesome job. So first, the proponents are correct that ADUs do provide affordable housing. It turns out that they're pretty cheap to build. It's like $45 to $90K. And and the average price for an ADU is generally less than the price of a one-bedroom rental apartment in that same jurisdiction. 2, it turns out that there's actually zero evidence that ADUs create parking problems. I was surprised by this, but it's actually been the issue that's been most roundly studied, and there's no connection whatsoever between parking and ADUs. Now, why is that the case? It seems counterintuitive, right? The reason is that ADUs come online extremely slowly. It is a very, very drip, drip, drip process. So much so that the nationwide leader in ADU development, Portland, they've been busting out these ADUs left and right for more than 10 years. It's the capital. Well, they did a study where in Portland there are 226,000 vehicles associated with single-family homes, 226,000, and only 744 associated with ADUs. So ADUs are, even in the nationwide capital, such a blip in the overall landscape of cars and traffic that it's had no noticeable effect, and they've tried to study this multiple times. No study has found any connection. Third, there's zero evidence that ADUs lower property values for other neighbors, which is a concern that we've heard as well. That's been studied, and I can send around that study too. It doesn't lower property values. Fourth, we also learned that in a lot of jurisdictions, these already exist, but they're unlicensed. It's just like they're basically just unregulated anyway. And so the question really before us is not whether we make cities and counties have them or not, but really whether or not we bring them into a pathway to legalization, if you will, so we can actually better keep track of where they are and how we respond to them. But I just want to close by saying I think the most compelling part of this whole process for me is not really about the housing supply, because I think ADUs are not a panacea for that. It's going to be a relatively small number of these that are built across the state. I think the most compelling case for ADUs really has to do with more about how they can support families, because ADUs can provide stabilizing income for families when they have some sort of problem with income. Maybe they got to afford childcare. Maybe they got to afford a kid going through college. Maybe they have some medical debt. So they provide stabilizing income for families. It can also provide housing for extended families during other phases of life, like, for example, an aging grandma. And in fact, a lot of times ADUs are called granny flats for this reason. And so I think really this bill can create, really, for lack of a better phrase, some really wholesome synergies. Because when grandma moves in, all of a sudden, she can get help bringing the groceries in the house. And when grandma moves in, all of a sudden, when the kids want to take a date night to go see the latest concert, grandma can watch the grandbabies without having to ever get in her car or drive on roads, because she lives right there in the backyard. And I think that this kind of approach to families would be totally totally normal in the vast majority of the world. And I think actually if you asked a lot of residents of other countries about how Maryland and how the United States handle these, they would be very puzzled. They'd probably be very amazed at the idea that cities in the United States make this kind of family living arrangement illegal. And then finally, I also want to say, I think this is my third finally, but I want to say this bill has a pretty strong property rights rationale for people, just the handful of you that are to my ideological right on the committee. I think there's a strong property arguments right? This is America. What gives my neighbor the right to tell me what I can and can't build in my backyard? What gives a city government the right to tell me that I can't have my grandma move in my own property? Make housing great again, et cetera. So in conclusion, ADUs are not a panacea. They're not going to solve all of our urban and environmental and housing problems overnight. It's going to be a blip. It's going to be gentle densification that probably a lot of folks won't even notice. That's certainly been the experience everywhere this has been tried. But they do have some benefits. And I think their downsides, as the task force illuminated, are overhyped. But I think the strongest argument for them is that they can make our families here in Maryland, make their lives a little bit easier, make families a little bit more communitarian, and make their lives a little bit more humane. So I urge a favorable report.
Take it away.
All right, greetings, esteemed Maryland delegates. Greetings, esteemed Environment and Transportation Committee. My name is Danny Shibley. I'm here today as a resident of Hyattsville, Maryland. While I serve on the Hyattsville City Council, my comments today are my own and do not necessarily reflect the sentiments of the city of Hyattsville. Hyattsville is an engine of growth for the state and county. As a streetcar suburb a short distance from DC with a vibrant art scene, numerous transit options, and small town charm, Hyattsville has experienced tremendous growth over the last decade. In fact, from 2010 to 2020, Hyattsville's population grew by over 20%, making it the fastest growing city in the state of Maryland during that time. Nevertheless, Hyattsville's housing affordability and in our region continues to be a problem. As we see housing costs skyrocket, we also see its corollary, more and more people being priced out and sleeping in their cars, in parks, and in alleyways. A recent poll by University of Maryland and the Washington Post listed housing affordability as the biggest concern among Maryland voters, with more than 80% saying the cost to rent or buy a home in Maryland is too high. HB 1466, by allowing by right ADU development, is a logical first step to address the housing shortage. What I like most about the potential of ADUs is their capacity to mobilize a small army of homeowners and smaller scale developers that are not currently developing new housing. And make no mistake, the potential for ADU development is significant. California, perhaps the state where the national housing shortage is most acutely felt, has taken great strides in deregulating and promoting ADU development over the last decade. ADU development in California has grown exponentially over this time and has created over 83,000 new units of housing in the last 5 years. And as of 2022, ADU development now accounts for 1 out of every 5 new units of housing in California.
Good afternoon. My name is Cheryl Court. I'm the Policy Director for the Coalition for Smarter Growth. We advocate for walkable, bikeable, inclusive, and transit-oriented communities as the most sustainable and equitable way for the Metro region, DC region to grow and provide opportunities for all. The Coalition for Smarter Growth asks for your support for HB 1466. Accessory dwelling units, or ADUs, offer a wide range of benefits to families and communities. They're nimble and an adaptable housing option that can support locating more affordable homes near walkable communities and transit, offer homeowners greater stability through extra income from rent, or provide a needed home for an adult child, an aging parent, or a caretaker. HB 1466 outlines best practices regarding utility setbacks, requirements, and parking based on lessons learned from other jurisdictions. We appreciate that we can look at flexibility in terms of how to make sure that we get the balance between not creating regulations that essentially regulate them out of existence versus conform with local regulations as proposed potential amendments to the legislation. But we want to make sure that we make these available and something that's feasible for homeowners to be able to build on their property. Allowing ADUs statewide, providing guidelines for implementing this will help Maryland's housing production, climate, and equity goals. It will provide greater flexibility to create more homes in walkable, transit-accessible places and greater flexibility for Maryland families. So we ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Corman and committee members. My name is Priscilla Kenya, lead volunteer advocate with AARP Maryland, representing nearly 850,000 members. I'm here today to support HB 1466. I had the privilege of representing AARP on the statewide ADU task force, and I thank Delegate Stewart, Senator Washington, and Secretary Flora for their great work. I submitted written testimony from AARP's extensive research on the benefits of ADUs for our aging population. ADUs are a vital piece of livable communities as they contribute to the ability to age in place. I'd like to share my story as to why this is so important to me. I have a lovely home in a 55-plus community that I hope to live in until the end. The complication is that I have leukemia and neuropathy throughout my body. I already have drop hand in my right hand, and my neurologist said this could happen to my other hand and both feet, but I have a plan. My middle daughter has agreed to move in to assist me when the time comes, but she would need her own space as I would. So I have a solution: create an apartment within the house or adjacent to the house. Perfect. However, even though they're allowed in my county, they are prohibited by the HOA in my community. Do they exist? You bet they do. Were they built to code? Does the fire department know they exist? Probably not. My grandparents were able to stay in their home because of an apartment they built for my aunt, and many people I know have apartments they rent out so they can afford to stay in their own homes. My hope is that this bill will prevent the all too powerful HOAs from prohibiting ADUs. The opposition is focused on parking, while so many of us are focused on being able to stay in our own homes and out of nursing homes or worse. I ask for favorable support.
Thank you. Ms. Kanye, thanks for sharing your personal experience. I just want to note that we may have to pause in the middle of this bill hearing, not ideal to do the governor's bill to accommodate his schedule. We will continue through the testimony and everything for now. I just want to give everybody a heads up. For some reason, this side of the room thinks it's your first bill ever in this committee.
I noticed that too.
Delegate Stewart, so obviously it's going to take a little while. We're just not going to keep the governor hanging while you wow us with your professorial knowledge. So we'll take your other favorable testimony and go from there.
Good afternoon. My name is Amanda Gipp, but please call me Mandy. I am a current board member for the Maryland Coalition of Interior Designers. Thank you, Chair and Vice Chair, for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of HB 1466 regarding accessory dwelling units. I had the honor of serving on the ADU task force as the representative for the Maryland Coalition of Interior Designers. As a registered interior designer, a small business owner, and a Marylander resident, I have seen firsthand the challenges of the housing shortage, particularly when it comes to accessible housing and aging in place. I've worked with several seniors who wish to remain active in their communities, multi-generational families, and those helping young adults or caregivers through financial hardships. These individuals often face significant housing challenges. While serving on the task force, I emphasized the need for ADUs to meet life safety and egress standards as outlined in the building codes. These standards are essential for not only for the safety of our residents, but also for the first responders. HB 1466 ensures that all ADUs comply with these necessary building codes. I believe ADUs can be an effective solution to help address both the housing shortage and the lack of accessible housing in Maryland. ADUs are also a great way to promote independent living for the daily life of Maryland's senior citizen population. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to field any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Lisa May with Maryland Realtors here in support. The issue of ADUs has been before the General Assembly for several years now, and our housing needs have only grown worse in that time. Housing affordability was named the #1 issue facing Maryland residents in our recent housing poll, and support for ADUs among those residents has never been higher, reaching 81% statewide. And that's for good reason. ADUs have been successfully implemented in states across the country. And not only did the sky not fall, many of those states are expanding their original laws to more strongly support ADU development. Through the work of the ADU task force, we have a list of best practices that guide us on how to make ADUs successful here and be as successful as they have been elsewhere in the country. And that includes expressly allowing homeowners to add an ADU if it meets their needs, having objective standards that are consistent across the state, and making sure that regulations on ADUs are reasonable and don't present unnecessary costs or burdens on property owners. At the end of the day, what we are asking for are very reasonable, common sense requirements that help Maryland residents find housing options where there are none currently, and to follow the lead of states where ADUs have found widespread bipartisan support. We are excited to finally make this a reality, and we urge your favorable report on the bill.
Good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and members of the committee. My name is Joe Griffiths. I'm the Director of Planning Best Practices for the Maryland Department of Planning, and I was the primary staff serving the ADU task force. MDP submitted informational testimony on HB 1466. I'm here to answer any questions, but also just lightly touch on the task force's process and what comes next for MDP and local governments. The task force was well represented and composed of state and local, rural and urban, and organizational representatives throughout Maryland, chaired by Secretary Rebecca Flora. As part of our effort, MDP compiled an inventory of existing ADU ordinances in Maryland and an inventory of ADU legislation from other states. The task force pulled examples from both local ordinances and legislation from other states to guide and inform topics at each individual task force meeting. The task force prioritized and developed a list of these recommendations for state governments, local governments, as well as a list of best practices. The process was iterative, deliberate, and thorough. And this ultimately led to the task force report that you've probably seen that includes recommendations, best practices, and other considerations. The task force was well informed, also with focus groups, survey, and other public input. And while the final recommendations are organized around categories, the task force repeatedly discussed the interconnectedness of issues in the context-specific situations of Maryland communities. And this interconnectedness is reflected in the final report. If HB 1466 is adopted as written, local governments will need to consider if and how their current ADU ordinances and provisions comply with the requirements of this bill. And if HB 1466 is adopted as written or as described, potentially amended, MDP will use the examples we gathered during the task force process and our additional resources to help local governments meet the requirements of the final bill.
Okay, thank you. Did we get the Maryland Building Industry Association? Are they here? Going once, going twice?
No, I don't think Lori's here.
Okay, I'm going to take the virtual favorable amendment testimony before we do questions, just because of the scheduling issue I mentioned earlier. So we'll bring up Kathleen Mayer from the city of Hagerstown for favorable amendment testimony. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for the chance to speak. I'm Kathy Maher, the Director of Planning and Co-Administration for the city of Hagerstown. I've been a planner with the city for 30 years. The city appreciates the goals of this bill to try to generate more affordable housing in Maryland, but we have concerns about some of the provisions of the bill. A one-size-fits-all solution for rural areas, suburbs, small towns, old cities, and major urban centers will have unintended consequences that could cause negative situations at the local level. Old urban cities like Hagerstown already have dense, overcrowded neighborhoods in their core areas with a large percentage of dwellings in 2 or more unit properties with significant parking shortfalls and conflicts already. Additionally, Hagerstown's older neighborhoods have an alley system which provides the only access to the rear of properties. ADU conversions and accessory structures only accessible from an alley would create a safety concern in my city because the alleys are not plowed by the city, and some alleys are inaccessible at any time to emergency vehicles due to tight entry points or closely sited structures along the alleys. Hagerstown has no zoning district limited to single-family homes, and so as written, the ADUs will be permitted anywhere in any type of non-multifamily residential property. We would request that it be helpful if the following modifications could be considered for the bill. Limit the ADU mandate to single-family dwelling unit properties. If not, define multifamily so we know what's exempted. Allow local governments to prohibit ADUs and accessory structures if the only access is through an alley system. Not require completion of a complicated and expensive parking study of the municipality or the county before a local government can develop code provisions for ADUs regarding provision of parking. Make it clear if only occupants or landlords are eligible for this project. Affordability and administrative consequences would arise depending on which is selected. It's not clear to me in the language which it is. We share concerns about affordable housing, especially for our lower income households, but we must also help old neighborhoods with stressors not tip further downwards due to overcrowding and potentially unsafe situations. Thank you.
We can do this. Thank you very much. We will start the barrage with Delegate Ziegler.
Mr. Chair. So first I want to thank you very much for using the property rights argument. I feel like that's a concept that has all but disappeared in this day and age. But I have some very vocal constituents who really hate this. And their argument is that, sure, you're building it for granny or your kid who can't afford housing now, but down the road, they'll just, one single-family house will turn into 2 single-family houses. since it's one lot, I don't see how, but can you speak to that?
Yeah, so we're not, I think, overly prescriptive in the bill on this, but I think local jurisdictions would be able to make restrictions on the size of the ADU, usually relative to the larger house. And so one very, very common provision is to say that, for example, the ADU has to be less than half or less than a third the size of the main primary residence. And if Howard County wanted to adopt that kind of ordinance under this bill, they could do that.
Great, thank you.
Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate Stewart, Baltimore County reached out to me, and they did note MACO's opposition, but they also said if this bill were to move forward, one particular issue that they have is that the requirement to approve an ADU within 90 days is something they would not be able to meet if there is a hearing required. Is that something you're open to being flexible about?
Yeah, we'll fix that.
Thank you.
Delegate Tarasa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for this bill. I think there's some good possibilities here, but as you probably won't be surprised, I have some concerns that somewhat go along with Delegate Ziegler's in terms of what will keep it from turning into just two market rate homes. And so I also liked what Ms. May said about, we want to have some objective standards across the state. And I'm wondering if you would consider some of the things, and you looked across the country, so you have a better sense of that, and maybe I need to look through some of those materials as well, but some of the things that have made this work for what we want, so that it's a granny flat, for example, saying it needs to be senior, or maybe one of the following: senior, significantly smaller than the other, for people with disabilities, more for staying affordable, or at least one of them has to be owner occupied. Otherwise, I fear the same thing that Delegate Ziegler brought up. And so I hear what you're saying is that that can be done at the local level, but is that something you'd consider in terms of the statewide, as just putting some parameters to make sure that what we're getting is what the state's policy is for, which is more affordable housing?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not opposed to putting some of those things into the statewide bill if that's what it takes to make people comfortable to get over the finish line, because I'm ultimately a pragmatist about legislation generally, and I think that passing half a loaf is awesome. And so if that's what we need to do, that's what we need to do. We're silent about many of those provisions either way, either being restrictive or lax about being too prescriptive just generally with the counties and the cities, because we think that they are the laboratories here and they know their jurisdictions best. I will say that as part of the work group or the task force, one of the overwhelming things that we learned was that if you put too many rules in place, if you do say, okay, it's got to be owner occupied, and here's the parking minimum, and it's got to be a senior, and you got to have a disability, when you pile on all those things on top, while totally well-intentioned, and to your point, trying to make the kind of the ideal type case that we've talked about here on the panel a reality, when you pour all of those different complexities on there, what you ultimately get is just fewer of the types of people we want to help wanting to deal with this at all. Because we're not talking about professional developers here. We're talking about people just trying to figure out what they're going to do in their backyard. And so when it gets confusing, and when the code is laced with the local ordinance is laced with a bunch of different things, it makes it less and less likely that they're going to be able to actually put their builder belt on and hire a couple people and go to work on this. That's what we learned. The more restrictions you put in place, even if well-intentioned, the fewer you get, but it's a balancing proposal. I would rather the counties and the cities undergo that balancing proposal about what's best for them than us try to do that balancing proposal for the next month.
Well, I will say I appreciate the parking piece being left to the locals, because I think that makes a lot of sense, and I look forward to working with you and seeing if there's some things. But it seems to me that, so what you said about parking was that it didn't become an issue because I think you said they came on really slowly. The units came on slowly. But I wonder if in those areas they came on slowly because some of those other things, because of some of those other restrictions. So it's all a big balancing act. So
yeah, I know. We looked at studies that compared jurisdictions that had parking minimum requirements against those that did not, and there was no difference.
Right. And then I just want to clarify something, and maybe I'm confused, but it's not illegal for grandma to come live with you.
In a separate residence.
It's a separate residence, because otherwise, I'll just confess here, I've I'm committing some kind of crime, I guess, if you can't have mom come live with you, because I think, so I just want to be clear that that's just if you want to make it a completely separate unit.
Yeah, but I do think that speaks to the absurdity, right? Like if my grandma wants to come and like sleep on the sofa in the living room, that's cool. But if she's in a separate place in the basement, all of a sudden that's illegal. Or if I want to build a new structure for her in the back because like she's a little noisy or she plays her rock music a little bit too loud, that's illegal. But she's totally cool if she like sets up like a air mattress in the kitchen.
Okay, well, I mean, it's not that she can't move into the basement either.
Well,
it's that she can't set up her own kitchen is what my understanding is. You can't have your own kitchen.
Right.
And frankly, a lot of houses in Howard County have, you know, I don't know what you call them, butler suites or in-law suites or what have you. So, but I appreciate the conversation, and I didn't know if somebody else had an answer to that piece or.
I was just going to say, delegates, sometimes you can get at those issues without even making a rule about those issues. If you have lot coverage requirements, that's going to be a limiter on the size of the structure.
Right.
Some counties charge impact fees when you get above a certain size and exempt below a certain size. That's a huge incentive to keep the units smaller, because you experience a big increase in cost if you build them bigger. So sometimes that's the thing. And with owner occupancy, I think we agree, yes, that would be ideal. Then the question becomes, how does a locality enforce that?
Mm-hmm. I appreciate the conversation. Thank you.
Delegate Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate, thank you for bringing the bill and following up on the ADU task force and all. I have another kind of Baltimore County specific question. I don't know if you're aware, but Baltimore County has an ordinance that states that no more than 2 unrelated adults can cohabitate. Do you know how this would apply? Would this preempt those local ordinances like around Towson University? That's a real concern about having, you know, houses, you know, so like if I have an ADU, can an unrelated person live in the ADU that I have, or does it have to be a cousin? Does it have to be related, something like that?
Yeah, no, this is a serious issue for sure. The answer is no, this would not preempt what Baltimore County wants to do. I tend to think that's somewhat of a silly policy. If I could wave my magic wand, maybe I would preempt them, but this bill does not do that.
Delegate Naraki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have 2 what I think are simple questions, and I think I already know the answer to at least one of them, but I want to throw it out there. So I'm thinking about like the waterfront areas in my district, right? And there are density requirements on that land for good reason, right? Because they're close to the water, that sort of thing. So I think that this does not get rid of any of those sorts of requirements. Like all of a sudden I can't build like more on the lot than I could otherwise. It doesn't change setback requirements or things like that that already exist. And where I'm going with that is basically, I don't want to see all of a sudden those areas become the spot where we're building sort of de facto hotels without, you know, kind of calling it that. But it doesn't seem that this bill would do that. Is that correct?
That's correct. And I'll also just make the point I should have made earlier that already in most of these neighborhoods, you can do tear downs, right? So it's like a little bit strange that you can't add an ADU, but you know, Montgomery County, what we do see all the time, even before we passed an ADU law ourselves, is people tear down like a modest or what we would consider a starter home, maybe 3-bedroom, 1 bath, and they construct an enormous McMansion 7-bedroom, 4-bath. And so we've increased the density, but in a way that no one ever tries to stop. But anyway, to answer your question more directly, yeah, this bill would do nothing to change that, yeah.
And then my other question would be, could you just define what a mass transit facility is? There's reference to that, and I frankly don't know what that means.
Yeah, we're going to clean that up. I know that's been one of the, a lot of different groups have had sort of amendments, and the good news for the committee is that I think everyone is basically crystallizing around a certain subset of them, and it includes a definition of that.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate Stein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate, thank you for this legislation, which I support in concept. To follow up Delegate Allen's question about, you know, many jurisdictions say that, or some jurisdictions say that you can have ADUs, but only if you're related to the person who's living in the ADU. So you're saying your bill wouldn't preclude that?
Yeah, my bill is silent on that. I don't love those provisions personally, but again, what this bill is about is we had a task force. We want to create ADUs by right across the state. But we want to allow as much flexibility for counties and cities as we can. And that is one thing that personally I think the whole related thing we learned as part of the task force can be a huge obstacle to actually getting these things online. But if that's what the county and city wants to do, that's what the county and city wants to do.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I want to point out that the question you're asking, that came up in conversation repeatedly in the task forces throughout its tenure. With the task force, and you'll see this if you look at section 6 of the task force report, there were some topics that the task force decided to include best practices and considerations, but the task force went through a prioritization process towards the end of its tenure, which said we had a long list of topics that they had discussed. These are the ones we want to prioritize for state consideration, state legislation. We want to, and the one about owner occupancy requirements, familiar requirements, while they are discussed, there are best practices in the report related to them. The task force decided not to prioritize those or prioritize that issue specifically for state legislation. So I can't speak to the drafting of this bill, but in that respect, the bill is silent on it.
In states like California, whose ADU laws have led to tens of thousands of additional affordable housing units, do you know how they have approached this issue?
We do. They don't have a familial requirement. The story of California is actually really interesting because they started with relatively prescriptive statewide legislation, and then they kind of looked around, and in 5 years they realized that virtually no ADUs had been built, and then they went back to the well, and they changed it a little bit to sort of, I think they ended up actually preventing cities and counties from adopting familial requirements and a few other things, and then they actually did see all this growth. So it does matter how you do these things. This can be a policy that passes and not very many units are built, or it can be a policy where it passes and tens of thousands are built. The way we have gone about this here is to try to go easy on the cities and counties and see how well it works.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have multiple more questions, but we have the governor here, so we're going to pause this hearing and come on back. He's not behind you, Delegate Stewart.
I was going to say.
That's your buddy, Secretary
I was going to say he missed me. I was like, I already went.
So that pauses the bill hearing on HB 1466, and we will turn to HB 503, Housing for Jobs Act. I know we have Secretary Day and maybe some other panelists along with Governor Moore. Welcome, Governor and Mr. Secretary and the rest of your panel, and please go ahead when you are ready. And just for purposes of timing, obviously we won't time the Governor, the Secretary, or Mr. Fallon, but everyone else is going to be on the normal clock. So, Governor, the floor is yours. Thanks for joining us.
Right. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair and Madam Vice Chair. And first, I just want to say thank you for everybody for making this space, for us. Not just the opportunity to be able to testify, but also taking the pause on the others. So I just want to say that I appreciate it. And to the others, I want to say thank you for allowing the space for us to testify on a bill that we are eager to talk about and eager to dig into, which is the Housing for Jobs Act, where we're actually looking at the clock, and literally it was almost a year ago to the date that we had the chance to testify in front of the House and the Senate on an entire housing package that we pulled together. And the reason that we wanted to testify on behalf of that package last year was we continue to see the challenges that we're hearing from Marylanders about the basic obstacles of access, of affordability, and how housing became one of the leading challenges that many Marylanders were facing. And so we're grateful for the fact that with the leadership of the Secretary and the partnership with so many of you, that we were able to pass a historic historic housing package last year, one that I think wasn't just helpful to the people of the state, but one that frankly people outside of the state even took notice of. I do want to be clear, though, that we are coming to you again this year because the challenge that we have of affordable and accessible housing in our state, it was not solved by one session alone. It was not solved within 1 year. We know this was something that was years and decades in the making, and that we would have to continue coming back and refining to ensure that we could get the work done to make sure that people in our state have a chance to be able to live and stay here. And while we have done tremendous work together to be able to transform neighborhoods all throughout the state of Maryland, from Western Maryland to the Eastern Shore and everywhere in between, creating new pathways for economic growth, taking the unemployment rate from 43rd to now going on 14 straight months of amongst the lowest unemployment rate in the entire country. We also know that while we have communities that are thriving because of the work and the leadership and the partnership that we have, there are still communities that are still dealing with this deep challenge of housing. And it's because the state of Maryland still right now is 43rd in the country in least affordable housing in the entire country. It's because right now Maryland has the least affordable housing market of any of our neighboring states. It's because right now the polling continues to show that the high cost of housing is the #1 issue amongst Marylanders. And when we talk specifically to young Marylanders, the leading thing that we hear about why they would consider leaving the state of Maryland comes down to one word, and that is housing. And it's why we know that young Marylanders make up 2/3 of the migration out of this state. And so as we are talking about the impact of the Housing for Jobs Act, we know that this is the next iteration of a larger journey that we're on together to ensure that we can create a housing market that actually can fulfill and sustain our larger ambitions as a state. This regulation will cut the red tape for housing production in communities with a high availability of jobs and a low availability of housing. That this legislation will give builders a greater sense of certainty when it comes to planning and executing projects. Why that matters is builders will go places when they know that there is both certainty, because when there is uncertainty, that will also rise up the amount of costs that they will be able to take on. We also know that we are taking these steps without heavy-handed preemption. Because we are simply asking the local partners to enforce planning and zoning ordinances that they have already adopted. It's not asking to take on additional options. It's just simply asking to take on and enforcing the planning and the zoning ordinances that they have already adopted. And that way we are ensuring the spirit of the planning and the zoning regulations that they've already have in place, and just simply ensuring that they can be carried out effectively and efficiently and transparently. And so these simple changes will help us to build more. These simple changes will help us to drive down costs, and they'll ensure that more Marylanders have the opportunity to live where they work. And I know, and I'll close with this, this is not just an issue that we are dealing with here. When I'm speaking with my colleagues and the other governors around the country, whether they be in Democratic states or in Republican states, I know the issue of housing is something that governors all across the country are wrestling with. Legislators are wrestling with all across the country. I was literally just with a series of 48 of my colleagues. And whether it is Montana, whether it is Colorado, whether it is Florida, each and every one of us are wrestling with this same issue. And 35 states right now are issuing more residential building permits per capita than the state of Maryland. That Maryland is still permitting new housing at a rate nearly 40% lower than before the 2008 crash. And it is going to require years of intense focus in order for us to be able to get back on track. And so last year, we were able to come together to make housing a priority. This year, we're coming together to make housing a priority. We will continue to come together to make housing a priority, because in order to achieve the economic growth that we are hoping for, We know that having affordable housing options has got to be a prerequisite, and we look forward to working with each and every one of you in order to make that happen. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify. I'm looking forward also to hearing from the panel, and then looking forward to answering any questions that this committee might have. But again, deep appreciation and thanks.
Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, for the record, Jake Day, Secretary of Housing and Community Development for the state of Maryland. Always a pleasure to be with you. I'm so glad to be here for this conversation. As Governor Moore said, increasing the availability of housing is essential to make Maryland a more competitive and affordable place to live. We can't control the cost of lumber or interest rates. I think I've said that a few times here. But what we can control is uncertainty and unpredictability of regulatory process. It's proven that objectively applied laws and standards can increase housing production by 33%. We know this because we're not the first state to consider doing this. Other states have done it. States such as Massachusetts, New Jersey, Colorado, and Montana have adopted similar legislative reforms, and they're benefiting from the results. And Marylanders are supportive of us doing so as well. Polling released yesterday shows 79% of Marylanders support a state law requiring local governments to stick to clear objective criteria when evaluating housing projects. 79% of Marylanders. The Housing for Jobs Act identifies local housing infrastructure gaps and ensures that we default to yes on housing proposals. Jurisdictions in regions with greater than 1.5 jobs per housing unit must approve new housing unless there's a compelling reason that outweighs the housing shortage, the housing need. This ensures more Marylanders can live where they work and that we can finally live out the smart growth principles that we have long espoused. This legislation does not require any upzoning, doesn't require any other increases in residential density. It looks to maximize what's already allowed by saying that the rules for development need to be clear and consistently applied. Local jurisdictions with housing infrastructure gaps can deny housing projects that do not meet their objective criteria that are already articulated in the law, that will have an adverse health or safety impact, or are in areas, for example, with insufficient school capacity. We appreciate all of our partners' support for this bill, including the Maryland State Education Association, who recognizes that our teachers need to be able to live where they work. The Chamber of Commerce, who recognizes that housing is a prerequisite to growth. And the Maryland Association of Counties and Maryland Municipal League, who have been long working to develop great plans, and we want to make sure that those plans get implemented. Through partnership with you, I remain confident that we can work together to make Maryland a more affordable place to live, a more predictable place to do business, and a more competitive state economically. I want to thank you for your time and urge a favorable report on House Bill 503.
Good afternoon. My name is Faraz Kamsi, and I'm the Chief Development Officer at Standard Communities, one of the largest owners and developers of affordable housing in the country. With over $5 billion in assets under management, Standard owns more than 27,000 units in 21 states and Washington, D.C., and we provide housing to over 60,000 residents nationwide. In my role, I oversee the new construction division, where we focus on building high-quality, affordable housing and vital workforce. So we can live, so people who we build it for can live in the communities they serve. Based on my years of experience in the affordable housing industry, I'm often asked to speak on this topic and have a nationally recognized course through the Urban Land Institute titled Solving the Affordable Housing Crisis, Understanding Root Causes and Addressing Production Challenges. I'd be happy to make this course available to any of you who may be interested. We are experiencing a nationwide housing crisis, particularly in the realm of affordable housing. We all know that a diversified economy is a strong economy, and that a diversified economy requires diversified workforce. Maryland's community cannot retain a diversified workforce without a diversified housing stock that is affordable to them. This is critical for Maryland's economic competitive advantage. The 4% low-income housing tax credit has been instrumental in enabling standard to deliver high-quality housing at affordable rates in major metropolitan areas around the country. However, for us to put that tax credit to work, our projects have to be approved. Too often, local jurisdictions are compelled to deny projects due to land use regulations, inadequate public facilities, ordinances that have no bearing on constituents' welfare. For example, sites can be downsized or changed once a housing project has been planned. Many affordable housing developers won't even attempt to build in that type of regulatory environment. Standard Community is one of the first developers in the state that will be utilizing the provision of the Housing Expansion Affordability Act to expedite the approval of affordable housing development. This law is an important tool in the toolkit for getting more desperately needed affordable housing approved in the state.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm sorry. Thank you for your testimony. Reverend, are you next?
Good afternoon. I'm Reverend Tyrone P. Jones IV. I'm the pastor of the First Baptist Church of Guilford and Columbia, Maryland, and in District 13. I'm also co-chair of People Acting Together in Howard County, also known as PATH. It's good to be here with our delegate, Jen Terraza. Glad to have you. And I'm here today representing the Maryland Just Power Alliance, which includes PATH, Howard County, AIM in Montgomery County, and ACT in Anne Arundel County. Together, we have worked on affordable housing for over 20 years, playing a key role in winning $1.5 billion for affordable housing, as well as thousands of units of affordable housing across the state. All of our organizing work starts with listening sessions and asking neighbors to share what gets in the way of them and their families thriving. The issue we hear most frequently is the need for affordable housing. In fact, there are few families who are not affected by affordable housing in at least one of their family's generations, be it seniors, middle-aged blue-collar workers, or young professional college graduates. This includes my own family. I have one that can't leave, and I have one that won't leave. My son has a job. He's a college graduate, but cannot afford to live in Howard County, and so he's forced to live at home. So we support a three-pronged approach to addressing Maryland's housing crisis: subsidy, stability, and supply. We need subsidies for those with limited incomes. We need stability to protect tenants, especially in tight housing markets where substandard housing is often the only portion available to them. Let me just close by saying this. I'm a Baptist preacher, so y'all got to give me at least an extra minute. This bill addresses the issue of supply. More housing means lower cost. It has been proven again and again that additional housing units at any income level makes housing more affordable at every income level. Supply, simply put, we need more housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Brad Fallon, Deputy Legislative Officer to the Governor. I'm just here to help answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Governor, Mr. Secretary. Questions, I'm going to start with Delegate Long.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Governor, Secretary, thank you for being here. Clearly, we do know this is an issue. We need more housing. And I appreciate all that you did with the bill last year and the work and effort. My concern is that a lot of jurisdictions, for whatever reason, sometimes don't want to bring certain developments, bring certain projects because of who they may fear it may bring, who they may fear it may attract, just to be very frank and be very honest. And I appreciate the fact that on this bill, it provides more teeth with the whole court actions that can be taken. But I think that with the lack of reporting for denials, I know that it says if there are applications that are denied, it should be put in writing to the developer and the builder, but there is no oversight, I believe, from DHCD to ensure that if a jurisdiction is denying an application for whatever reason, that some oversight should be there to ensure that folks aren't just saying no, 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 giving some off-the-wall answer as to why, and there's no oversight there. So I'm just thinking if that is actually in the bill. I know the reporting requirements are on the last page, but I think there could be some more teeth there to make sure we're actually getting strong developments.
Okay, good. Okay. Delegate, thank you for the question. I think you're right that it is not in the bill, but I do believe that Delegate Stewart had a bill that would address something like this last year. Is that correct? I think it's something that we could certainly think about what elements of that could be incorporated here. I think documenting, categorizing, and better understanding those reasons for denial, particularly as it aligns to the acceptable reasons for denial articulated in this bill, would be a fairly easy thing to add.
Thank you. Very briefly, I know that the big counties have had that requirement, and again, I know that smaller counties have different needs. I have a smaller county, Calvert, but there are still some areas in which things can be done. So I think it should be expanded beyond the bigger counties to ensure that even smaller jurisdictions still should report as to why they're denying these developers and these builders.
I think our staff can continue to work with, and the governor's team can continue to work with the committee members and staff on that issue, and we can find the right solution.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Delegate Holmes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Governor, it's good to see you here.
Good to see you, Delegate.
And it certainly is an honor to have you here presenting to us. I want to also thank you for your staff that I've had the opportunity to speak with on numerous occasions, being Chair of Housing and Real Property. You picked a good team.
Yes, sir.
One of the things that I am concerned about throughout the state, and in particular some of the jurisdictions, is the permitting process within some of the jurisdictions. In some cases, I believe that if there was some oversight in some of the jurisdictions and how they process their permitting processing issues, things might move along a little faster, almost on their own. And I was just wondering if there might be something that you and your staff could do to look at and perhaps oversee and instruct some jurisdictions on how to fix that process so that we can get moving on some of these houses because they're desperately needed. Thank you, Mr. Governor.
Yeah, me too. Thank you, Delegate Holmes, for the question. I think, part of housing is the regulatory environment, right? There are a lot of things that factor into this, construction costs, interest rates, all sorts of things, right? When the rubber meets the road and you come into counties, you do hear these horror stories from local jurisdictions of, hey, I waited 3 years just to get my application in, right? I don't think it's clear to the state right now exactly what the prevalence of that is, and that's why I think Delegate Stewart's bill last year was so important. And I know Delegate Allen has a bill to check on fees as well, on impact fees, that'll give us a better view of kind of really what is the data showing in those cases. The governor has led on permitting and licensing reform at the state level, and I can tell you I've been deep in the weeds on permitting and licensing, and I could probably bore the whole committee to death talking about it. I think we recognize that there are immense challenges to getting from A to B, right? The counties, candidly, when we have these conversations with them in places where they have issues, they recognize that. They've been fantastic partners. The governor signed an executive order in December that created a coordinated permitting review council at the Department of Planning, which was modeled after something at the federal level called the Fast 41 Council. And what that says is for priority projects, and HEAA from last year projects are one of those, that there should be federal, state, and local, whatever is needed there, coordination when moving through that process. We're inviting folks to the table so that we can have efficiencies identified and work together in tandem. I think that is going to be something that we continue, right? And it has to be a necessary part of the approach. What this bill does to try to address that is just create some objectivity to it, create some predictability to it, to say when we come to the table, if objective standards are met, we have a good idea of where things are going to head next.
Madam Vice Chair, can I add to that? So, Delegate, the other thing I want to point out is that while There's nothing about this bill that explicitly instructs a local jurisdiction to, for example, shorten a permitting timeline. But the effect of creating very limited avenues for a jurisdiction to deny a project and requiring an affirmative bias, a bias toward yes, changes the math. It also changes the way I think the code gets read for those in the development community. Well, I'm not a developer, and we have a developer at the table who might be able to speak to this. One of the things that I can say is, having overseen permitting offices and the redesign of permitting processes in a local jurisdiction, it is very difficult to map the anticipated process that any project is going to face. And then when you add 24 county, 24 jurisdictions statewide, but also 161 municipalities as of last week. Apparently, MML added somebody. 161 municipalities. You have a lot of different regulatory processes and steps that the order can change based on what's being proposed. The order can change halfway through the process. We've got examples that we can cite of housing projects that were given the stamp of approval by county and city staff, made it through planning commissions, and then, when there was public outcry, there was decisions, made to change the rules and say, now let's start over. Let's put them through a different process because of the politics that influence the process. So those permitting processes are also a result and an artifact of the fact that right now, there's nothing that binds us to predictability. There's nothing that binds us to objectivity. When you have certain things in code that say, like, you cannot build in a certain area, for example, 100 feet buffer from wetlands or from a stream, which should be there and should be crystal clear. The law spells out the rule. That should be followed. And it shouldn't be 150 feet because we don't like the project that's nearby if there isn't good scientific evidence to support that. It shouldn't be changed after the project gets proposed. So I think what we're mandating here, if this were to pass, is predictability that has proven in states like New Jersey and Massachusetts to scale up housing production. In those states, at an average of 7,700, or their averages applied to Maryland would be 7,700 new housing units per year, which would allow us to make a positive incremental step each year toward cutting that housing deficit that we have today.
Thank you. Delegate Allen?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Governor, Mr. Secretary, everybody else. Great to see you. Thanks for being here. I also want to thank you, Mr. Governor, and Secretary Day especially for really being leaders on this as we're facing this crisis. And I think everyone was kind of hinting at it, and I'm glad someone finally said at the end that this crisis that we're talking about is really a crisis of supply. I think it's, there's obviously, it's a multifaceted issue, but when it comes down to it, it's supply and affordability. So just if you could, Mr. Governor, kind of expand again. I think we all kind of danced around it, but how do you see the specifics in this bill kind of helping with production, leading to better supply, leading to better affordability?
Thank you, and thanks for your leadership too on Delegate, because this bill matters because we're watching how this unpredictable regulatory environment is actually what causes the delays. The delays oftentimes is what causes the lack of supply. The lack of supply is what causes the rise in costs. The rise in costs is what causes people to choose to go elsewhere. Right. So it all fundamentally still comes back to this, unpredictable regulatory environment. And and Secretary Day was touching on it, where we have seen when there has been a measure of streamlining and there's been a measure of involvement, it's already had a significant increase in not just creating affordable inventory, but that affordable inventory, particularly when you consider the fact that we are north of 96,000 unit shortage within the state. That is going to have a significant impact on our economic prospects as well. So if you look at how objective laws, objective standards, that it can increase the rate of housing production by upwards of 33%, we see how that will be able to address the issue of supply. And the thing that we also, it's important to highlight, is that we're not going into this, blindly. we're going to this knowing that other states have actually begun moving on this already and have already shown real measurements of results. Secretary Day mentioned New Jersey. There's Rhode Island. There are other states who are actually moving on this type of bill, which is already showing real measurements of market results. And so we just think it's an appropriate next step to be able to address that supply-demand imbalance that the state of Maryland is just still very much wrestling with.
Madam Chair, may I add to that? As a developer, it takes somewhere from 3 to 5 years to begin construction on a project. Over the past 3 years, I've passed on between 50 to 75 different projects in the state of Maryland and hundreds nationally because I couldn't get them done in that time frame. If these projects, when we transact, we'll put an offer on a piece of land, sellers simply are unable to wait for 3 to 5 years in order to be able for us to close to begin the construction on a project, and we just move on, we go to a different jurisdiction. So it's definitely affecting the supply from our perspective.
Delegate Naraki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Governor, Mr. Secretary, good to see you. So I'm going to come from a different perspective because I actually represent an area of the state in eastern Baltimore County that's a designated growth area, right? So I have probably a different perspective than maybe some of my colleagues here with respect to this issue. Mr. Secretary, you talked about a bias towards yes. Unfortunately, in my district, that's all I've seen is a bias towards yes. And what I mean by that, right? So we have 3,000 units that are about to come on in my district. We've had about 6,000 that have came on in the past 10 years or so. And we've continually seen developers be able to give just frankly not realistic numbers, right? We've got a multi-housing unit that's coming online soon. It's over 500 units. The developer said there's going to be 4 students in that unit. It's just not realistic. These are not realistic numbers. And I see inside of the bill that talks about being verifiable. So my question is, who is actually going to verify that developers are giving realistic numbers when we're talking about school capacity? Because where I'm at now in my district, it's not only that school district that's right there in this particular area of Middle River, it's all of them around are now overcrowded because we have had these unrealistic numbers given by developers who have a financial incentive to do so, right? If you've got millions of dollars invested in a project, you're never going to say that it's going to create a project that makes the school more overcrowded. In fact, you're going to come up with every number you can to say that it doesn't. So who's going to objectively verify what those numbers really are and not leave the developer to be the one to do so?
So Delegate, great question. I think the key takeaway on how this bill is structured is that that verifiability is really focused on the projections that are coming out of IAC, not from the developer, not from the community. So those are about school capacity figures and the 7-year as written, the 7-year projection. Is that right? 7 years where we went. 7-year projection on school capacity. So recognizing that we needed some unbiased, verifiable metric that wasn't driven by the development community and wasn't driven by whoever else might want to weigh in, which might be opposition. I don't think you could have an environment where you just relied on either of those voices. You have to rely on some, we talked about picking a percentage, for example, like 100%, just saying 100% capacity in the district in question and in the adjacent districts. Well, then, over that, we shouldn't have any new housing production or 110%, whatever it might be. But the truth is that the IAC figure is a known standard. It's a recognized standard. The counties accept that standard. And so it gives us, I think, an unbiased or as unbiased as we can common ground to start from to say that if we believe that school capacity is one of those things that ought to be an acceptable, reasonable reason to say, no, not right now, not until we address our capacity issue, then let's use a verified source. I think another example of that very same topic is on water and sewer capacity, which is also one of the reasons to deny, good reasons to deny cited in the bill, which is, ultimately, you can't flush an extra toilet when you can't when you don't have the capacity to treat that wastewater in the wastewater plant locally. And so I think there are those reasonable restrictions and limitations that don't have to depend upon, say, the development community and don't have to depend upon some alternative voice. But it gives us a common ground to start from. And so we know it today, we'll know it tomorrow. I do also want to say the fact that part of Baltimore County is experiencing growth, and growth comes with challenges. But and I don't live there, so due respect, of course, to the perspective that you have. But I think there are a lot of parts of our counties, even those affected by this bill, that are hungry for economic growth and that are seeking that growth. And so what this bill does is it acknowledges that county planning and municipal planning has primacy in that they develop the plans. But follow the plans is what this bill asks. That follow the plans, implement growth where you say there needs to be growth, and adjust those plans through the regular planning process, through the comprehensive planning process, if you think you've overgrown. Right? I think that's a reasonable way to handle growth. What we end up with is adopted plans that don't get followed because the politics around opposition are challenging to local officials. I've been there. I know what that feels like. And so this bill says that's not a good enough reason when Maryland families are experiencing the burden. Due respect to our development partners, at the end of the day, if you're building something market rate, the people who get hurt by increased costs induced by regulatory unpredictability is the Maryland families who are paying to live in those apartments or homes. And when we're talking about affordable housing, then it's the taxpayers. Because you know what the affordable housing developers do? Then they come to us and seek for us to close the gap created by unpredictable regulatory process. And who pays for that? Every Maryland taxpayer. We all end up paying for that by putting more money into rental housing works or more money into state revitalization programs that subsidize those projects. So I would say that a more predictable environment not only adds to the economy, it's going to save us money too, and it's going to save Maryland families money.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Delegate Guyton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much, Mr. Governor, for being here with us.
Thanks, Kelly.
And Secretary. And I also just want to go a step further and say thank you so much for bringing this bill and sort of explaining it to me early in the process, because I do tend to have one of those districts who has a lot more questions than some of the others. So I truly appreciate that. And I really also appreciate the portion that Delegate Naraki was pointing out, but I did read it differently, the way that it was explained to us, that says that there are some things that a community, that a county can look at to consider whether or not these things are really appropriate. There are some real reasons, school capacity being one of the most concerning to me, that need to be considered when these decisions are made. And I really appreciate the objective, let's put a line in the sand so that we can have that predictability, both on the part of, I'm getting to a question, I promise, Madam Chair, both on the part of the developers, but also on the community. So that said, with this bill, is there still room for any public comment throughout the process at all when these decisions are being made?
Yes, ma'am. And thank you for the partnership in this work. And absolutely, there is, and that was actually part of the frame that we not just intended for, but we look forward to carrying through with the bill.
Okay, thank you so much. I thank you so much for including that and some of these other provisions that we have talked about over the last year. So were you going to add something else? I'm sorry.
Yeah, just something, if I may.
Please.
Just something slight. So, this really just holds the current processes in place. I do think, there is an inherent nature to this that says, okay, if you have zoned and you have planned your community to look like this, that is a long process that involves public comments. What we're essentially saying is take that seriously. That shouldn't be a recommendation in the end. We have really talented planners in Maryland. And so as they move through that process, as the public comment comes in, as we figure out whether multifamily should be here and if we should have a commercial district here, that is where it's appropriate for people to start really thinking through the community, not where emotions tend to flare, where it's, okay, well, I didn't want it right there, right? And I think that's fundamentally what the bill gets to. I did just, if I may, just say, I have to thank you, because I think you really strengthened the school capacity piece.
Absolutely.
It is not all, well, it actually is more often than I'd like to say, where I come with an issue and then walk away and think, damn, they were right. I'm arguing, you were right last year, and I think we came down to something stronger. So just wanted to put that on the record.
Truly, Delegate, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Great. Delegate Long, and just so you know, I always know what's going on. Second bite at the apple.
Thank you so much. So just for the record, I want to make sure I get this on the record. Secretary, to Brad, whoever, these are not, and again, this bill is reaching, of course, to bring in new folks and to expand for housing opportunities. But a lot of cases, these are not new people in the communities, are they?
Right now. I'm sorry.
They're not they're already in our schools, they're already in our communities, they're already using these systems, correct?
Delegate Long, Governor, if that's okay. Delegate Long, I think I understand the question and the point, which is that, we talked about this a lot last year, which is that our housing shortage of the 96,000 unit up for growth number that we have often cited references Marylanders. Those are Marylanders who are currently in frankly, overcrowded situations, oftentimes doubled up, tripled up, and as the bishop mentioned, sometimes family members that haven't left yet, whether of their own desire or not. But in addition to that, what this bill does is it also recognizes that beyond those 96,000 are housing units that will be needed for the people who do want to call Maryland home, because we do have a labor shortage as well, a significant labor shortage in this state, and we do want to add workers to this state. And so, frankly, the number is higher than 96,000, and this bill talks about the growth projections for this state to actually continue to grow our economy, which would ultimately address revenue shortages, frankly, stagnant economy, and would grow not only population and households, but also grow the economic impact of those things.
Thank you so much for saying that.
Great, thank you. Governor, Mr. Secretary, I do have a brief question. So if a neighborhood in, let's just say, Anne Arundel County is zoned R1, but there are special exceptions or variances or conditional authority that's allowed in an R1 zone in Anne Arundel County. This is a hypothetical, I don't know if there is. That would allow a duplex to be built in the R1. Does that duplex fall under this bill if Anne Arundel falls under the jobs to housing ratio? Would that duplex get the benefit of it has to be, these criteria in order for that duplex to be rejected, or would it be rejected because that neighborhood's basic zoning is R1 and that duplex is not a normal R1 use?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair, and I'll start, and if anybody has anything to add. It depends on the local processes is the basic answer. So I think in your county, there is not a variance upzone process in most of R1 or single family homes, so it can't apply, right? There is no upzoning mandated in the bill. What the bill does say is that if they are looking for a variance, that the default should be to yes, and unless they can say, hey, this is the reason we're not doing this, right? And that's all set at the zoning and planning level. So in the hypothetical situation in Anne Arundel County, if there was a variance process to upzone the site and they specified that it could be, a lower density multifamily housing like that, then yes, it could be covered as a default to yes, except they have those reasons for denial as well as not meeting objective development criteria.
Thank you for explaining that. Any additional questions? Okay, thank you, Governor, Mr. Secretary. We really appreciate you being here and the rest of your panel, of course.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you all. Thank you.
We have additional favorable testimony. We'll bring up Lisa May, Maryland Realtors, Tom Cole for MAHC, Dan Reed, Greater Washington, and Lori Graff, Maryland Building Industry Association, if they're here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Again, Lisa May with Maryland Realtors here in support. The link between housing and jobs may not be a very obvious one from a policy standpoint, but there is a very strong connection among our state's workforce. I mentioned in the last bill our statewide housing poll, and there were some pretty important findings from that poll that we see reflected in this bill. 75% said that there was too little housing for young professionals. 66% said too little housing for those with moderate incomes. 42% of young voters were considering leaving our state because of housing costs. And 91% said having a full-time job and not being able to afford a home is a problem. Those are the voices of our workforce. And if we don't listen to them, we do risk losing them to other states. And if that happens, we're also going to lose the backbone of Maryland's economy. I know that we think of roads and schools and all of those things as infrastructure, but housing is very vital infrastructure and necessary infrastructure that supports a strong workforce and a strong economy. So for those reasons, Maryland Realtors asks for your support of this bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dan Reed. I'm with Greater Washington. We support better housing, land use, and transportation policies in the D.C. area and across the state, and we strongly support the Housing for Jobs Act. I'll keep it short because I sent written testimony and I also shared the results of a poll we released earlier this week, I believe to most of your offices this morning, and had some lovely conversations with your staffs. Not to compete with the realtors, asked folks about the bill specifically and things in it, and we heard 76% of a poll of 820 Maryland voters across the state support producing more homes in areas where there are more job opportunities and available homes. 69% support reducing time that housing projects go through permitting. 79% support setting clear and objective criteria for development approvals. And 69% agree that more housing gives families better access to well-resourced schools. I think this is a pretty good indication, especially as the Realtors poll will show, that people are tired of high housing costs. They want the state to do something about it, and they are open to solutions. And so we ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Cole on behalf of the Maryland Affordable Housing Coalition. We've submitted written testimony. I just want to pick up off of something that Delegate Long said a moment ago, or the question that was asked about what this is for. This is for people that are already living in your districts. This is a bill that empowers locality to see housing as infrastructure along with all of the other infrastructure improvements that they monitor. The Maryland Affordable Housing Coalition provides housing for those that are working in our schools, that are working in the service industry, working in the hospital, are essential workers of only a few years ago. And what this bill does in empowering jurisdictions is it encourages them to reach out to affordable housing providers to meet their housing needs. We right now do not have data about the housing gaps that our communities are facing. This bill creates that. And for jurisdictions that actively work to close those housing gaps, all of the provisions related to what is permissible and not permissible to not deny a housing project, they go away. And so in an ideal world, this is why this bill is different than any other housing bill across the country, and I've studied a bunch of them. This is a bill about empowering localities to work with affordable housing developers, to work with housing builders overall on the market rate as well, to meet their housing needs. And when they do, it goes away. Because we do have a housing crisis in Maryland. It's for people that are already living in our jurisdictions. This is not a growth bill. It's about meeting the needs of those who are already in the state of Maryland. Thank you. I would ask for a favorable report on House Bill 503.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Lori Graff, CEO of the Maryland Building Industry Association. We represent residential housing providers, and we are in favor of this piece of legislation. I'm going to be brief. Obviously, you've heard a lot about what the bill does. We obviously have a housing shortage. We agree we have a housing shortage. We just don't necessarily agree on how to fix it. This is one step to try to address this shortage. I will also say the biggest thing to come out of this, and the one word I want you to remember is objective. One of the challenges I continually hear from my members, I've been doing this for 17 years, the biggest thing that they constantly say is predictability and time. And the third one is actually workforce, which is tied into this bill as well. Those are consistently the three biggest issues our industry sees. This bill seeks to create a more objective standard. There's too much subjectivity. You've heard about things changing through the process. This creates better objective standards. So with that, we ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this panel? Okay, we will turn to additional favorable testimony. Claudia Wilson-Randall with the Community Development Network of Maryland, Lisa Budlow with Comprehensive Housing Assistance, Inc., James Frazier, H&H Rock, and the Coalition for Smarter Growth.
Good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. My name is Claudia Wilson-Randall. I'm the Executive Director of the Community Development Network, and I just want to speak today in strong support of House Bill 503. You heard my colleagues previously. They have stole some of my thunder, so I will try to be quick. I just want to talk quickly about the intersection between housing and health, housing and education, housing and transportation, housing and joy, housing and aging. Without housing, our state cannot grow. Without housing, people can't return to work post-pandemic. We have very significant challenges in this state, and I would argue housing is at the root of many of those significant choices. As Delegate Long pointed out here, this is not for somebody outside of your current district. This is for somebody inside of your district that doesn't have adequate housing. And we need to address this issue urgently. The Housing for Jobs Act directly addresses the primary driver of unaffordability and financial insecurity in the state. This is particularly concerned for young people who are moving out of the state, but it's also concerned for older adults who face limited choices as they age and want to remain in the state. And then there's also all of the folks in between. There's a significant population of non-elderly adults, disabled adults in our state. There are single parents. As you go through your day, there is someone without adequate housing. Every building you walk into, every event that you may attend, whether that's entertainment or otherwise, there's somebody who needs affordable housing. With that, I ask for a favorable report for for House Bill 503. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I am Lisa Budlow. I'm the CEO of CHI, and I am here representing Leading Age Maryland as well. CHI is a nonprofit affordable housing developer in Northwest Baltimore, and we also provide community-based services aimed at strengthening neighborhoods. And we believe the Housing for Jobs Act will benefit both the housing development and the community building parts of our mission. Strong communities need to offer multiple types of housing that meet people where they are. You've heard a lot about that today. You might have young people looking for a starter home, a newly divorced parent who wants to find an apartment near the single-family home where their child still lives, an older adult who's downsizing but wants to find somewhere to live in the community that they love. And facilitating housing production across the spectrum of housing types is the way to build that community that has housing available for people's age, stage, and financial situation. I mentioned we're an affordable housing developer, and I want to specifically note the importance of the provisions of the Act that establish rules around approval and denial of projects. So several years ago, we had a project that would have created workforce housing for the community's teachers and police and firefighters and government workers, and we worked hard with community leaders and local reps. We shared information about the project to ensure it would fit into the community's neighborhood plans, held public meetings and many conversations, and we thought we did everything right, and the zoning board recommended the project and the county council turned it down. And that was after we spent tens of thousands of nonprofit dollars, and it is impossible to overstate the value of creating a set of rules that is open and transparent and sticking to them. Affordable housing is so needed and the industry is so challenging, and clarifying the rules for building will allow us to focus our efforts appropriately on projects that can succeed and to use our precious resources wisely. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jamie Frazier. I'm a development director for company H&H Rock. We control about 4,000 residential units in the pipeline. I would just say that I had a meeting yesterday with a gentleman who wanted to sell his land, and he said, how long is it going to take to get through the approval process? And I had my engineer there. We laughed. We laughed. We're like, we have absolutely no idea anymore. Absolutely no idea. It used to be 12 months. Now we kind of tell people 18 months, but we kind of know. that it might be 3 years. I've got projects that are 7 years. I got some that are 6. If you ask me about APFO, I've got a project that waited for school capacity. The county has plenty of school capacities in Howard County. They redistricted. I was still waiting. So I don't know why we're waiting if they're not going to use the capacity they have. I work in Cecil County, Baltimore County, Baltimore City, and Arundel County. And each one of those jurisdictions has its own unique set of problems, but they all boil down to a handful of people that feel it's their job, in my opinion, to find problems, raise those problems, and sure, that's fine. But I'll give you the example of an Anne Arundel County job. I knew I was facing that. I directed my engineer, submit plans that follow every single rule. I don't care about density, just follow every rule. It took 3 years and 5 submissions to understand the rules. That's the unpredictability. That's the problem that we're trying to fix.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Carrie Kasicki. I'm the Montgomery County Advocacy Manager for the Coalition for Smarter Growth. And what does smart growth mean? It means that we advocate for walkable, bikeable, inclusive, and transit accessible places and communities as the most sustainable and equitable way that we can grow and provide opportunities for all people. So Maryland has a long history of being a national leader on smart growth, the principle that we can protect our environment, support more inclusive communities and a thriving economy, and give people access to opportunity by locating homes with access to jobs, sustainable transportation, and other amenities. The Housing for Jobs Act is going to help us act on these commitments that our state already has and make sure that we see homes that are produced in these places that support our other goals. 2 of the ways that it does that is by encouraging sustainable location efficiency by granting 1.5 units towards housing production for every unit produced within 3/4 of a mile of a rail station. It also will grant 1.5 units toward the housing production goals for homes that are deed restricted to households earning 60% AMI or below for at least 40 years. So it supports our affordable and inclusive community goals as well. So we ask you for a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any questions for this panel? Okay, thank you very much for being with us. We're going to turn to favorable amendment testimony. We have Casey Anderson for the Affordable Housing Conference of Montgomery County, Council Member Keegan Ayer for Mako, Dominic Butchko for Mako, and Angelica Bailey-Thupari for Maryland Municipal League.
Chairman Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and honorable members of the committee. Thank you for your time and attention today. I'm MC Keegan Ayer from Frederick County Council, and I am the first Vice President for the Maryland Association of Counties. I'm here today to support with amendments, House Bill 503, the Housing for Jobs Act. You have a copy of our written testimony, but I wanted to highlight a few points of concern. While Mako and the counties were intimately involved in the housing bills from the last session, Mako was not involved with the discussions leading up to this legislation, and therefore we are raising some serious concerns about what we see as some unintended consequences. While it may appear, given the number of amendments, that we have less of a problem with this bill, our concerns are quite substantive. However, we remain committed, as always, to working collaboratively to come to the best solution for all of our shared constituents. Just as an aside, Frederick County remains the fastest growing county in Maryland. We grew at 9.7% in 2024. However, at the same time, we are trying to meet the calls of the governor to grow and broaden our economic base. We are constantly looking for additional ways to bring new companies into Frederick County and into Maryland, and to keep and expand the companies already located here. This bill appears to be in conflict with that goal. If we bring in more businesses, if we create more jobs, even while continuing to build the housing as quickly as we have been building in Frederick County, we may be penalized under this bill for having a disproportionate number of jobs in relation to the number of housing units. That could create more bedroom communities, which I know we are not trying to do, And this bill appears to inadvertently create a perverse incentive for counties to not grow jobs. Again, not what we want to see. So again, MACO remains committed to being part of the team, finding solutions to these issues. We want to help find the best balance for all of our shared constituents, and I appreciate your time this afternoon.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Dom with MACO here, support with amendments on House Bill 503. First, I just want to say MACO did not get a copy of this legislation until January. A week later, we tried to set up a meeting with the governor's office to start negotiating. They wanted to wait until after the bill hearing. As MACO's vice president said, we have 7 amendments, but we have very deep technical concerns about how this legislation would be implemented and what it would mean in our communities. 2 scenarios I want to walk through with you. First, this legislation opens the door for an applicant to submit an unprepared, wrong, an application, frankly, potentially in CRAN to the county. And if a county does not approve that application within a year, it then opens the door for that applicant to sue the county, regardless of what was correct or incorrect, submitted or not submitted, et cetera. So this is effectively opening the door for the counties to have a metaphorical gun put against their head and is saying, if you don't approve this within a year, there will be litigation. Second, this bill creates a standard for when renders a project financially infeasible. In the state of Maryland, we don't measure regulations whether or not they make projects financially infeasible. Additionally, the legislation is silent on how we would even measure that. Is that measured in a dollar figure? Is that measured in percentages? Is that measured in the impact on the community? This would additionally create more uncertainty and delay projects and create more litigation. Just like we were with solar this year, counties are committed to being the state's partner in getting this right. We are committed to working with this committee, to working with this administration to solve the housing crisis. That being said, we have significant concerns with the way this legislation is drafted, and we look forward to working with you to draft amendments.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, Angelica Bailey-Thupari for the Maryland Municipal League here in respectful support with amendment. Local governments, as MACO was saying, we want to be good partners in solving the state's housing crisis, which I think we showed in good faith last year. But there's a balance to be struck between ensuring housing availability and safety for all income levels and the pragmatic realities of operating local governments. So we're here to give a bit of a voice to some of those pragmatic concerns. Timeline, as MACO mentioned, as well as the feasibility aspect in the list of justifications. Another pain point we've been hearing from our members is on the judicial process. This bill provides for aggrieved developers to file a claim against local governments in circuit court. This is a departure from current land use legal procedure where disagreements are adjudicated by local or regional administrative review boards that are intimately familiar with local zoning codes, land use capabilities, things like that. Circuit court lacks that knowledge, and the circuit court process is also more expensive to litigate. Local governments are especially eager to avoid costly litigation right now in the current climate when federal impacts on housing are changing. We just heard last week that plans are underway to cut HUD's workforce by 50%, or about 4,300 staff, 84% of which administer grants to local governments. So locals are losing federal funds, and creating litigious responses will possibly have the opposite impact of seeing us invest in housing. So at this stage, our members have many questions and concerns, but we look forward to continuing the conversation with the bill's proponents and this committee. Thank you.
Great, thank you all. First questions from Delegate Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see everybody. I know there's various concerns. If you could, for MML and MACO, I guess, if you could just elaborate kind of specifically what you're willing to work with the governor and his team on, and what, again, I know you have number of concerns, but where do you think the real work's going to get done?
Do you want to go?
Yeah, for MML, I think the highest pain points for us are those that we listed in our written testimony, which, usually we try to keep our written testimony to 1 page. This time it went to 2, sorry. But these are, as MACO was saying, these are substantive issues, but we think that we proposed reasonable and substantive solutions as well.
Yes, very same for MACO. Rarely do we come in here with more than a handful of amendments. I think last year on the governor's bill we had 23. This year we have 7. I will say they're a substantial 7. That being said, we really mean it when we say we're your partners in government, and we want to be here to make this bill better.
Delegate Naraki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is probably from MACO, but I'm sure MML would have a feedback on as well. So my question is, I've just gone through several really painful school redistricting processes in my district, right? For anyone that thinks that being down here could be contentious, that's nothing compared to the school redistricting process. I'm curious what this bill, how that might affect that process. And frankly, it feels to me like this bill could really kind of escalate those processes to push communities into these sort of painful things. So I'm curious from MACO's perspective, what you think about how this could affect school redistricting and how that would look.
Yeah, so that's a great question, and there's a lot of misperceptions on what are counties' roles in the school redistricting process. So just so kind of everyone's operating on a baseline, thank you for that. Counties have no role whatsoever in school redistricting, absolutely zero. As far as blueprint and education goes, counties fund the school districts, and then once those dollars kind of leave our bank account, that is where our role ends. It goes no further. So there's a lot of conversation with, well, what does this mean for redistricting? What does this mean for my school district? A county APFO has absolutely no control, incentive, anything on that. What this bill does do is in terms of school funding, is it tries to say that if a school hasn't been built and you have school capacity issues for about 7 years, which does align with the IAC, then you might not be able to use that as a reason not to build. So what does that actually mean? The IAC funds schools. If the IAC does not provide their share of the funding for a county school and that school doesn't get built, you can no longer use that as a reason to deny housing. So you're still going to have the classroom issues. You're just no longer going to be able to protect against classrooms becoming overwhelmed.
Mr. Chair, may I have a follow-up? So just to sharpen that point, just so I understand what you're saying here. So I have a situation where we've been trying to build a new high school in Northeast Baltimore County for about 25 years. It's problematic both financially, both siting the location, all that sort of stuff. Doesn't mean that this particular school, Perry Hall High School, is not extremely overcrowded right now. It has literally probably 50 trailers outside of the school right now. So what you're telling me, though, is because that's been going on for 25 years, that process, which would be more than 7 years, we could not potentially use that as a justification to not build more housing in this already extremely overcrowded area.
Correct.
Wow, okay, isn't that so?
Okay, Delegate Healy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here and for your perspective. I do have a question because I think everybody knows that the permitting process is really very difficult. I mean, everybody has seen it. I've seen it over years and decades where counties have tried over and over again to streamline these programs, to get them working. I would like you to respond to the governor's statement that, having an objective standard that everybody can look to will help with that process so everybody knows what the rules of the road are. And that would help everybody so that they don't change in the middle of the game, so that developers spend money, they make plans, they do all the things, they follow all the rules and then have a change happen before they can even put a shovel in the ground. And getting the final permits, all of that stuff. Do you have an idea of how that can be streamlined? Because if you do, why hasn't it ever happened yet?
So, Delegate, I think that's a really good question, and that's also addressed in one of the MACO amendments. So, first, I think we have to take a step back. Why do we have subjective standards? One of the biggest reasons in the state of Maryland why we have subjective standards are state regulations. Biggest one, for example, forest conservation. Forest conservation largely cannot be accomplished with an objective, you have to have 47 trees and they have to be this height and they have to be this way. Forest conservation, similar environmental regulations, but they're not always environmental, need to be nuanced and nimble enough to kind of fit the contours of the different projects and different landscapes. And so that is a big reason for we need to be a little bit subjective. Maybe we can give a little bit over here and not over there, et cetera. An alternative to just saying absolutely no subjectiveness whatsoever, which again will have a major impact on our environmental policies, is creating more of an administrative review process so that we're having our subject matter experts who are reviewing these applications every day make the calls, because at the end of the day, they're the ones who are in the communities, they're the the ones that know the regulations, that know the state regulations, that know the issues on the ground. Totally cutting that process out is going to leave us incredibly vulnerable to meeting some of our other broad goals.
Thank you.
Hey, Delegate Holmes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate what you all are saying, which is one of the reasons why I brought up that permitting process with the governor. So I have a very specific question. You all know that there's a permitting issue in the state. What are you all doing about it?
So it really depends on the jurisdiction. I know MML wants to jump on this. I'll just say, depending on the county, I mean, some of them are looking at AI. Other jurisdictions, I mean, unfortunately, we are having issues at the federal level with the layoffs, but I know a number of counties are looking at how can we bring more talent in. It's really jurisdictional specific. What I will tell you is, especially since the legislation last year, definitely in Maryland's urban core, there's not one jurisdiction that isn't looking at this to try and make it faster and better.
Yeah, MML would echo what Mako said with the additional emphasis on the need for flexibility, the diversity of our members. Some don't have the resources to hire additional staff, or they don't have the resources to go more tech-friendly in their offices. But also, we have data from the U.S. Census and the Department of Planning that Maryland issued more new building permits in 2022. That was over 19,000 new building permits than any of the prior 3 years. So our impression, and I'm happy to send over the data that we have, is that local governments are issuing permits, but for a variety of reasons that are probably as diverse as every local government across the state, they are not being carried through. Some of them are not being carried through.
You know, most people know that I've been in this land development process for over 40 years. We've been looking at it for 40 years. Could you please do something more than just look at it? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Isn't that so? Okay, any additional questions for this panel? Okay, thank you. We're going to turn to unfavorable testimony. We'll start with our virtual panel. We'll begin with Alan Davis, MoCo Neighborhood Preservation Alliance. Mr. Davis, please go ahead.
Chair Corman, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. As you know, my name is Alan Davis. I reside in Montgomery County, and I work for Walker & Dunlop, which is a publicly traded company on the New York Stock Exchange that's headquartered in Bethesda, Maryland. I'm a managing director at the firm, and we are one of the largest lenders and investment advisors in the multifamily housing industry. I consider myself an expert in housing and have been personally involved with over $15 billion in housing transactions throughout my career. I urge you to reject House Bill 503 in its current form due to its significant unintended consequences. This bill, while aimed at addressing housing shortages, would instead create a legal and a bureaucratic quagmire by forcing local jurisdictions to, quote, get to yes on housing projects. It shifts the burden entirely onto the counties and municipalities, requiring them to prove at great cost and complexity why a project should be denied. It will lead to prolonged litigation, delaying development rather than accelerating. Moreover, the bill fails to account for the already approved but unbuilt housing. In Montgomery County alone, there are over 35,000 pipeline units that would not count towards the so-called housing infrastructure gap, creating an inflated demand that does not reflect reality. HB 503 also ignores the impact on existing residents and communities. It allows developers to sue over application denials, but it provides no mechanism for neighborhoods or affected communities to have a voice in this process. Additionally, local governments would be required to weigh the need for housing against safety concerns, environmental impact, overcrowded schools, and infrastructure limitations without clear guidance on how to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Thank you, Mr. Davis. I'm sorry, we had to stick to our time limits here, but appreciate your testimony. We're going to turn to Craig Ullman.
Mr. Chair, could you hear me?
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
All right, thank you. My name is Craig Ullman. I'm a semi-retired lawyer. I've lived in Montgomery County for 40 years. I spent most of my law practice drafting, interpreting, sometimes litigating under state statutes. I probably should best associate myself with the comments of MACO and the Municipalities League. My concerns about this bill are that it really would, as Mr. Davis said, create a quagmire. It would create a lot more litigation before it actually produces any more housing units. Let me just very briefly explain a couple of things about the operation of this bill. The way local housing infrastructure gaps would be calculated under the bill, every county and every municipality in the Washington and Baltimore areas would have a local housing infrastructure gap, which means that every time anyone wants to pull a building permit, get a site plan approval, get any kind of approval, the local jurisdiction, and that would be either the county or the municipality, would be subject to this regime under which it would have to approve that application expeditiously or else establish that one of 6 narrowly drafted justifications is available. And as Mr. Davis said a moment ago, even if one of those justifications applies, there would still be an additional test, which is that the local jurisdiction would have to determine on some completely unspecified basis that the justification, even provided for in the statute, outweighs the need for housing. If you want to talk about lack of objective standards, this bill would create a classic example of that. The bill needs a lot of work. So I urge you not to approve it in its current form. Thank you.
Great, thank you, sir. Are there any questions for our virtual unfavorable witnesses? Okay, I do not see any, so we're going to turn to in-person unfavorable. We have Kim Prasad and Cheryl Gannon from the Montgomery County Civic Federation. I'm sorry? Oh, thank you. Let's just wait till your mic gets lit up and then you can go ahead.
The Honorable Mark Corman and members of the House Environment and Transportation Committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm Kimberly Prasad. I'm a community activist living in Wheaton, Montgomery County, an underserved community where salaries fall below the median income. Today, I'm here to urge this committee to consider the racial equity implications of this legislation and to ensure that it does not inadvertently reinforce systemic inequalities or increase displacement. First, this bill lacks affordability requirements. Without mandates for affordable housing, you're not going to get affordable housing. And that's what we're seeing in Montgomery County with the more housing now. 85% will be market rate, 15% will be workforce housing. And what that happens is pricing out low-income Blacks and brown families who are already facing insecurities, housing insecurities. Second, the risk of displacement is real. More housing does not automatically lower rent, and unchecked development could drive up costs, pushing long-term residents out of their communities, which it is. We need anti-displacement protections and the right to return policies. Third, as been stated, infrastructure equity is missing. Many low-income communities are already facing overcrowded schools, flooding, and long waits in emergency rooms. Adding more housing without investing in these services could further strain underfunded areas. Finally, community voices must be centered. This bill limits local government's ability to deny housing projects. However, in the BIPOC community, this provision could be used to push through large-scale development without meaningful community engagement. Historically, marginalized communities have often been ignored in planning decisions that impact their house, jobs, and livelihoods. I appreciate your consideration and urge you to strengthen HB 503 to include affordability mandates, anti-displacement measures, infrastructure investments, and strong community engagement. Without intentional racial equity safeguards, HB 503 risks perpetuating housing injustice rather than solving it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you again. That concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 503. Is MML still here? Okay, so colleagues, turning back to HB 1466, we had a question from Delegate Guyton. Delegate Guyton, do you still have a question on HB 1466? Okay, hold on, sorry, I just want to make sure folks still have questions. So it sounds like you do. So
no, I was going to say thank you, Mr. Chair, but I believe I've forgotten it.
Okay, Delegate Healy, did you still have a question?
Just a real quick question. And you don't even have to answer it here. We'll talk about it in subcommittee. When you talk about the owner of the property, owner occupied, if the owner is an LLC and, you know, all of that, that's just a concern, and we'll talk about it later.
Okay. I think where we had left off, I think Delegate Ciliberti may have moved favorable.
Delegate Baker, did you still have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to make a couple of comments and then lead into a question, but I'll be fast. My district, Western Maryland, 2 counties, 60 miles long. Everyone in my district can be in Pennsylvania, West Virginia within 5 to 8 minutes. Every weekend when I go home, I'm going to have someone come up to me and tell me they moved out of Maryland, moved to West Virginia, moved to Pennsylvania, or they're leaving. And much of it's the result they can't find a place to live or they can't afford to rent. Majority of them work in Washington County. So this bill, as presented, do you think it will have a positive impact on keeping Marylanders in my district? And also, do you have any idea on what the impact of the income tax is once those citizens move out of Maryland into another state but continue working in Maryland?
I think the answer, thank you for the question, Delegate Baker. I appreciate that sentiment very much. I think we absolutely suffer when residents move out of Maryland from an income tax perspective, and I think this bill absolutely will help us solve that problem.
Okay, there was another question pending from Delegate Terrasi. You still have a second bite at the apple?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just really quickly, do you anticipate that both units would be owned by the same person? You said something about, you know, somebody renting out the back, the unit in the backyard. So, like, is it anticipated that these would both be owned by the same person, or?
I mean, in the other jurisdictions, I would say probably upwards of 95% of the time, both structures are owned by the same entity or person, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions? Okay, thank you for coming back. We have unfavorable testimony from Angelica Bailey-Supari from the Maryland Municipal League.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, Angelica Bailey-Supari with the Maryland Municipal League. Speaking of coming back, thank you for making time for us to come back this afternoon after the governor's housing bill. We appreciate it. MML and MAGO are both in respectful opposition to this bill in its current posture. We do have concerns about the inconsistencies with the ADU report as well as some of the mandatory aspects of it, but we are working with the sponsor whose time and thoughts we appreciate, and we look forward to continuing that conversation.
Okay, any questions? Okay, thank you. That concludes the bill hearing for HB 1466 and all the bill hearings today. I just want to talk about the schedule briefly. In a moment, I will recognize subcommittee chairs for this evening's very busy subcommittee schedule. Tomorrow, we will have a voting session before our bill hearings, then we'll have our bill hearings, then subcommittees. Thursday, we have bill hearings, but plan to wrap up by 4 p.m. for people who want to go to Baltimore County to support the speaker at the viewing. On Friday, we will have no committee, and I think all of you probably know this by now, but the floor session will be pro forma. Hopefully that'll be viewed as an acceptable use of the pro forma in order for folks to go support the speaker at the funeral. Monday, there might be additional subcommittees meeting before floor, so you'll just have to listen up and keep an eye on your email for potential subcommittee meetings. Remember, next week is the week before crossover, so things get a little, I'll say, more flexible. Tuesday and Wednesday, we have moved some bills that were going to be heard Thursday evening and Friday to Tuesday and Wednesday. We have some local bills that we just got letters for that'll be heard Tuesday and Wednesday. And we have some bills that came out of rules that'll be heard Tuesday and Wednesday. We'll also have probably at least 2 voting sessions on the weekdays next week, and we'll get those lists out as promptly as possible and any subcommittee notices out as promptly as possible. And I think you all know this by now, but you know, towards the back half of next week, you can expect second sessions potentially in the evening. So just keep that in mind for all your planning. So with all of that prologue, subcommittee announcements, Chair Healy.
I'm second, I think. I think that the Vice Chair has her subcommittee before me.
Sorry, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We will meet at 5:15. We will meet for an hour. Just gives you time to get upstairs and grab some snacks.
Delegate Healy. Chair Healy.
You said a half hour? No,
hour.
An hour from 5:15?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll meet at 6:15. It'll be just the bills that we talked about that are local bills that have the letter and are not, we have no opposition. So it should not take a long time, probably less than a half hour.
Other subcommittee chairs? Chair Holmes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We will meet at 7 p.m. HRP, Housing Real Property, 7 p.m.
And Chair Stewart?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're not meeting, just to clarify. I know I texted everyone, I emailed everyone. We were going to meet, motor vehicles was going to meet today. We're going to instead meet tomorrow. So, yeah, and probably several times next week.
Thank you. And those of you on land use, keep an eye out for your email for announcement from Delegate Chair Lewis. Chair Stein?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Environment Subcommittee, not being today, but tomorrow, our official posted time is 6 o'clock. It's really to be determined, but we definitely will be meeting, late afternoon tomorrow.
Delegate Rossi, do you have a question?
I just thought value meeting was there to meet right after this.
She was supposed to meet after me, actually.
Keep an eye on your email, and we'll try
Okay.
to get it clarified. She's not here, so we're at a little bit of a disadvantage. All right, thank you all. We're adjourned.
Go while you can.